Hello and welcome to another episode of Mage the Ascension, the Victorian Age, here on Dork Tales. This is Book 1, The Devil and the Doves. I'm your storyteller, Kelly, and I'm very excited to be here tonight. This is our second episode. We had such a fantastic turnout to the first one. I'm hoping we can keep this momentum rolling and that you all are going to enjoy yourself here. Now, before I pass this over to the cast, I do want to say a couple of things real quick. First of all, Mage the Ascension, the Victorian Era, is a game intended for mature audiences. There will be elements in this episode that may be uncomfortable for some people. Now, we all have been role-playing with each other for quite some time. We know each other's lines, and we've had numerous conversations over the months and years that we've known each other. So we know where our lines are, and we all trust each other not to cross those. However, viewers, you have different lines, and unfortunately, we can always determine what those are by guesswork. So when something extreme is going to happen, I will probably give you a content warning if I know it's coming. Tonight, there may be scenes of horror and gore, but that's about it, really. I will warn you if they manage to make it to the scene with all of the gore. Besides that, tonight, if you can handle a Victorian horror story, then you can handle this episode. That's all I have to say about that. So I'm very excited to be here. I'm a little sleepy because I haven't really slept in about 3 days. But you know what? It feels really good to be back here in Mage, even though I am wearing 3 layers in the middle of summer. And with that, I'm going to pass it down to, let's say, hi, Jen.
Hi, sure. Hi, I'm Jen, and my pronouns are she, her, and I'm playing Josephine Carrington, Banny Tharsis, whose pronouns are mutable, but she, her works.
Like reality. Gender is like reality. Mutable and bendable to my whims.
Yeah.
And we'll potentially give you paradox, maybe. I don't know.
For some people.
Some people. All right. Let's say hello, Christine.
Hello, I'm Christine. I use she, her pronouns, and I am playing Evelyn Taylor. She is our Electrodyne engineer turned son of ether. Ish. Kind of.
Soon.
It's happening. It's in the progress of occurring.
In book 2.
I am crossing the lines.
Yes. Good. All right. Good to have you. Hello, Robin.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robin. I use she, they pronouns, and tonight I am playing Darcie Harkness, the member of the Verbene, Irish, a wild child, and she uses she, her pronouns, and yeah.
Nice.
Episode 2, woo, or chapter 2.
Chapter 2, in which our heroines form bonds and an enemy becomes known. The title actually was an extra sentence, but I couldn't fit it on a card, so I shortened it. Because Victorian titles are ridiculous. And last but not least, hi, Amy.
Hi, I'm Amy. I use she, her, or they, them pronouns, and I will be playing our Celestial Chorus and Cult of Ecstasy, Dual Tradition, Mage, Chastity, Prudence, Goodwin. And she uses she, her pronouns as well. And yeah, it's going to be a good time.
Nice.
I'm looking forward to a lot more Chastity and Teddy interaction.
Oh god, I've got to be Teddy tonight.
You get to be Teddy tonight.
All right, I got to be a lot of people tonight, so this is going to be fun. One quick note. So this, for those of you who are tuning in for the first time, this is a game set in a historical era. We're going to do our best to try to keep the flavor of the era going, but we're here for fun. And with that in mind, I also want to make a note on accents. Obviously, some of us are actors, not all of us are actors or trained actors at the very least, so if any of us try an accent, we're just doing it for fun. However, whenever we're doing an accent that could be potentially upsetting or basically, I have a character coming in tonight, and I'm probably not going to do an accent for him because I was trying to hit the correct one all week, and I was like, this is going to sound awful. So I'm going to spare that entire demographic of accented people my trouble. But yes. It is going to be an interesting night, and we'll try for historical accuracy, but fun comes first, and we hope you enjoy the time. All right, so. And I'm using a big purple cup tonight because the teacup I used last time spilled everywhere in the middle of the game, and I just played it cool, which I haven't slept, so I can't play it cool tonight. Although Teddy's going to be in rare form, I have a feeling. Are there any last-minute things that anybody wants to bring up before we begin? No? Okay, we are good to
I
go.
don't think so.
I think we're good.
All right, so everybody do me a favor, and I am going, because we're not playing in person, unfortunately, it's a little harder for me to keep a tally of paradox. So I am going to just go through and ask you for your paradox totals right now.
Before we get to that, real quick question. How do I calculate how much quintessence I have?
You have your avatar rating to begin with. So all of you should have that. I think that was the thing that I neglected to do last episode. And also...
So I had a total of 2 points then.
You should have you had a total of 2 points, yeah.
Okay, and I spent them.
I think you did spend both of them, yes.
Yes.
So you can
okay, so I have no...
You have
no
none at the
magic.
moment.
Okay.
You have no quintessence.
Yeah. Same thing.
Same, maybe not. Okay.
It makes my magic go zoom.
That is true.
So Zoom, yes.
All right, Jen, how many points of paradox do you have?
3.
Okay. Amy?
None presently. Yeah.
Okay. Robin?
1.
Okay, and Christine?
0.
0. Okay. So stuff usually doesn't happen until we hit 5 in M20 and Victorian, so we've got a little bit of ways to go. So with that in mind... Oh, hey, thanks for the hype train. I am going to just settle us in, and we're going to start the game. So, thank you so much for tuning in. Let's have some fun. Chapter 2. Many months before, long before the night the doves came together, there was a great storm that took the Irish countryside by force. It was as if the angels themselves sought to drown the verdant countryside in a second flood, or at least so Charlotte Keevan seemed to think. The deluge had come on so suddenly that her boys hadn't made it home from visiting town to buy flour, salt, and more whiskey. She was half stricken with panic, but Odin, her husband, and her rock was as calming as ever. The last weeks had been hard for them both, after Darcie, their foster daughter, had run away. They couldn't blame her, given the untimely demise of that good boy, Callum O'Dugan. But without his family's money to help ease their own burdens, each day seemed to bring about the reminder of their farm's future failing, in the form of stillbirths from the cattle, barren chickens, and sour milk. It was as if God himself was punishing them for having sheltered that dark secret of a girl for so long. And perhaps he was. For soon, amidst the peal and thunder of the coursing rime of rain, there came a rapping at the door. 1, 2, 3 knocks of metal on wood. Charlotte leapt to her feet, unsteady from exhaustion and the last dregs of whiskey that she and her husband had drunk to calm themselves. The door was latched shut, lest the wind tear it open, and in case the whiskey had led to a bit more than calm between the pair. She pulled on her nightgown and made her way to the door, ready to tear a strip out of her children for risking the trip home, as well as the leg of their one good horse. In fact, those words were on her lips as she wrenched the door open, but a sudden gust of wind stole them, and at the same time snuffed out each candle, and even the hearth's light. "Hello, Charlotte," came a voice from the threshold, deeper and darker than the pitch of night. Lightning tore across the skyline, and revealed a tall figure in a gray greatcloak and tall hat. He held a walking stick in his gloved hand, its tip shaped with cruelty for striking and maiming. Not an inch of him was wet, despite the storm. "Who?" she stammered, and stumbled back. Recognition crossed her eyes. She gasped and grasped at the small cross around her throat and held it aloft. You cannot come in. We do not invite you." The figure chuckled. "Oh, it's a little late for that." An explosion devoured the figure's final word as a shotgun fired from near the bed. It was a clean, remarkable shot despite the darkness, formed by a lifetime of illegal game hunting. It should have turned the figure's face to pulp. Instead, the pellets froze in air and fell to the ground in a series of impotent tinks. "Hello, Odin." The shotgun shook in the man's hand, and he tried to reload a shell, but the figure stepped across the threshold, and with a twist of his gloved hand, the barrel began to glow red hot. Odin streamed as his flesh blistered and burned, and he hurled the gun to the ground. Charlotte crawled to her husband's side and tried to tend the burns as best she could. She called the figure. "You get nothing from us! Not from us!" The figure's lips split into a smile. "No. I think before the pain is done, you'll tell me everything. Now where is the girl?" And he was right. Charlotte and Odin tried their best, but eventually, through the screams and the pleading and the begging that was to come, a single, agonized, animalistic, almost incomprehensible word would come. London. Let none lead you astray. There are absolute truths in this world, and one of them is this: the devil is real. The devil is real, and he stalks the darkness in search of sacred flesh. Flesh that rots like discarded apple peels against the writhing, smoldering bat-like wings that play dead beneath the long wool coat he costumes himself within. Hear that? The sound of striking cane point on cobblestone is a calling card. Hear it, and his name is on the tip of your throat like a barber's blade. He could be anyone if given a tick. Even you. We did not know it at the time, or what would become of us when we arrived at the safe house after our escape. But we would soon see that this night of surprises had many left to come. You escape. The carriage rushes down the street. And with that, you manage to shake the members of the Order of Reason that were giving you chase. Those three strange men looking like Russian nesting dolls. Bald, pale, their skin glowing in the moonlight. And one by one they fell, and one by one. You swear that you harmed them or killed them. And your horses made off into the night. When figuring out where you would go, you made your way at the behest of the blonde rapscallion, Teddy, as those of you who are in earshot probably would have heard. I have a house, he said. Sort of. I have a place we can go. It's over by Notting Hill. The driver, Vivian, saw no reason to argue, and he drove the carriage there, hastily. As you bandaged yourselves up and picked yourselves up, you would find that in the back carriage there were several people, the four of you, as well as this Teddy man, and a currently dazed to the point of unconsciousness young girl with a rather lovely face. Besides that, there was one final person at the back, a woman with steely disposition, as well as auburn hair beginning to go steely gray around the corners and angles of her sharp face. What do you do on the way there, or is the carriage quiet?
Chastity is gonna be checking over the unconscious or dazed form of Amelia and just making sure Teddy hasn't broken anything on himself.
Oh no. It's broke. Oh no. I broke it.
What?
My compass.
And the importance of the compass.
I can't get us anywhere without the compass. My dad gave it to me. It's what does the magic.
So, can you get it fixed?
I'm gonna have to get it fixed. It's broken.
Okay.
That's what you do with broken things.
I see it.
Yes. Hello.
Sorry, who? Who are you?
So, from the floor, Teddy is going to rise up and, where are my manners? Enchanté, mademoiselle. He will reach for your hand.
Pleasure.
A bit of soot, but still lovely. Oh, and you, he turns over to Darcie. My, top of the evening to you, I suppose.
Excuse me, but where did you all come from?
The sky.
Yes, but how did you get to us?
God delivered us.
I know. I get you're using magic. I'm
Well, that's good.
I'm
That's useful.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay.
this is the part where I kiss your hand.
Oh, sorry. She'll hold up her hand, dazed.
Teddy, I'm just gonna, and Chastity's gonna get off from where she's half sitting on his legs, probably, because she was like kneeling on the
It's
ground.
hard to reach around you this way.
Yeah,
And,
I know. She'll push and just kind of get herself kind of upright.
Oh, and you, of course. And he'll reach over toward Mai, the older woman, who will say, I think that's probably quite good enough. Oh, pardon me. I think that's probably quite good enough, Mr. Dashwood. I'm sorry. I don't think we've... No, but I knew your father. And you look just like him. Would you say you knew... When you knew my father, did you... I think that's probably enough talking from you. And she'll turn and look out the window.
Can Josephine do a quick little spell?
Yes, you may. What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to use my correspondence 2 rote to lose a tail.
Sure, that sounds good.
So
How much-
she's gazing out the back of the
big hole in the
the
back.
carriage with her with her telescope and muttering Latin under her breath.
Sounds good. Okay, so this is going to be...
yeah.
You're making a lot of noise through the street, so I'm going to say this is uncanny.
Yeah.
So that's going to be difficulty of 4 plus the sphere rating, so you should be difficulty 6 for this. If you're using your specialty focus, so that will drop it by 1.
Yep.
Your specialty instrument, my bad.
Yes. Yeah, and I'd like it for a scene,
Sure, that sounds good.
and then additional successes to difficulty.
Sounds good. All right, so go ahead. So you're at difficulty 5 right now. If you take extra time, it'll be difficulty 4.
Yeah, I'll take the time. These people are all busy introducing themselves, and
And
I'm
how many
like,
successes are you trying for?
I can't remember how many the
So you
duration to scene
For
is.
duration, you need 2.
2? Okay, then I'm going for
I'm gonna say you need one for scene because,
Okay.
And the rest will be power actually.
okay. Then I'm going for 3.
Sounds good. Give me your arete.
That's only 1 success.
Okay. So I'm gonna say that counts as half, so you can continue the next minute at a +1 difficulty.
Cool. Okay. The carriage is a little bumpy, and I'm
And
just
you're a little
losing my
rattled.
concentration. Yeah.
Wrong declension.
Oh, that's better. Yeah. Right. That is another 3 successes.
3 successes. All right. So you'll have an extra 1 into power or duration. Probably
Power, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So you have a -3 to tracking attempts.
Yeah.
Okay.
For
So as you are doing that in the corner, the rest of you are introducing yourselves, and Teddy will kind of look wearily at Mai and will pass over his busted compass to Evelyn.
She would like to just look at it and see how busted, what sort of fix it might need, etc.
You think that it's going to take probably about an hour to fix, even for you? Just the fine-tune work is really broken. Like the needle is completely snapped. Whatever happened here, it's getting like no magnetic pull at all.
I could probably do that with technology.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I think I can make some effort to repairing it for you, if you'd like.
I would not be. Yeah, that would be great. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Well, once we get to your house, I will be able to do something at least. Get started.
It's my uncle's house, but yes. Thank you. Miss
Evelyn.
Miss Evelyn. And Miss
Darcie. Darcie Harkness.
Darcie Harkness. Beauregard Theodore. Theophilus, technically, if you want to be strict. Dashwood. And my associate.
Chastity. Goodwin. At your service.
Sorry to be rude, but are you guys from the Americas?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I was distracted during our transit. I was thinking of the wrong thing, unfortunately.
We didn't quite end up where we intended.
Definitely not France.
Not France.
No, you've missed it by a channel or two.
I was trying to think about the clock.
Well, we were under a little bit of
The
pressure,
clock?
so you got us out of there. That's...
Yeah, the big one, the big clock in the tower, near the bridge.
Yeah, that's London.
I'm realizing that now. I haven't been over here in nearly a decade. But I mean,
From what he looks like, can I have a good guess that he may have spent most of his time drunk, if anything? He looks like a part of the fast kind of set.
I think you can make me a perception, and what skill would you like to use? What do you think?
I don't know. I think something social, because that would be a knowledge of social characteristics and social.
You can do plus etiquette.
Okay.
Perception and etiquette seems fine.
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty on this gonna be 7 because you don't have much of a light source in here.
Four.
4. Okay.
Yeah.
If not drunk, definitely part of the party set. He absolutely is a wealthy individual. You can tell that from the cut of his clothing. But you think that he kind of strikes you as a golden retriever. He reminds you of a dog that either you or one of your cousins had growing up. With the floppy golden locks. And as you're looking at him, so just to quickly describe Teddy, he is a rather handsome man with strong bone structure and an athletic but not too bulky of a body, kind of like more like a runner's body than like a lifter's body, with long kind of curly blonde hair that falls down around his shoulders, dressed in a fine suit with an elaborate waistcoat. But what do the rest of you look like? Let's describe ourselves since we're all together now. So I'm looking at you, so why don't you describe first, Evelyn?
Okay. Let me just actually pull up what I wrote in my survey.
Okay.
My quick description. So Evelyn is about 5'5", so relatively, I guess medium height, maybe a little tall for this era. She's quite slender. She looks fairly fragile, if anything. Very delicate features, kind of a heart-shaped face. Very curly, light reddish blonde, so kind of strawberry blonde brown hair. And blue eyes, and just, yeah, so fairly fragile and delicate looking.
Okay. All right.
Everything else you can't see because of her clothing.
What about Darcie?
So Darcie is, apparently we chose the same height. I also chose 5'5".
Jen is the giant of this group.
It's hard to like make that decision because like I know I'm used to being 5'8", 5'9".
Yeah.
You can be 5'4".
So I was like, well,
Fine, I'll be 5'4".
it's hard to think conceptually how tall is 5'5".
Yeah, but yeah, I basically chose like small and petite. She kind of has a slim, athletic build from years of growing up on the farm, but still like a very cute, soft face. She's dotted with freckles from the sun, flaming, beautiful red hair that's about down to her shoulder, mid-waist. That is up in a side braid when she's out in public, but she does like to run around with it lightly tousled in the fields. What else? Oh, right. And the most probably prominent feature is that she has these very, very bright green emerald eyes. So she has these beautiful bright green eyes. And yeah, very pale. Got that Irish complexion. And yeah, she's just wearing her clothes, covering most of herself.
Let's go to Chastity.
Sure. All right. So Chastity is also 5'4". She's a little more curvy and not particularly athletic, I would say. She's got these like pretty kind of soft, expressive like doe eyes that are a nice like a light green. And she's got long brown hair that she should probably, to be appropriate, put up in some form of fashion, but usually just has it pulled back a little bit with some braids. She's breaking all sorts of niceties and conventions. Yep.
That's true.
Yep.
All right. And finally, Josephine.
Speaking of breaking all sorts of conventions, Josephine is 5'9", and she's got this black hair that does look like it's got like blue dye streak through it. Like it's a very unusual color. She's also not like the usual kind of Victorian pale skin is beautiful kind of thing. She's tan. It's kind of got a windburned look to her skin. She's very athletic. She looks like maybe mid to late 20s even, though she's younger than that. And she's got like rough hands with like scarring and stuff from rope and stuff like that. And yeah, that's
Nice.
She does not look the sweet, cute little.
Very mussed right now as well. It smells
Very mussed,
probably
yeah.
smells a bit like sea brine at the moment.
Yep. Oh, and she's wearing pants.
Yeah, and
Right
on
now.
that topic, Evelyn is wearing very middle class, proper clothing, and I think she's got gloves on and the whole lot.
All right.
Also, Josephine's carpet bag is like in the middle of the carriage. It's like this giant bag with like an oriental rug pattern on it. Looks very nice though.
All right. So, are you saying anything or doing anything as you transit to this house?
I think Chastity's trying to keep up some small talk and just kind of get a sense of where she is now and who these people are. Nothing specific, but she's just trying to be like, are these people even trustworthy? Do I need to like get ready to imbue my fan and smack? That kind of thing.
Usually. I think that's probably the safe bet.
Yeah, Darcie's probably eager, but also very, very shocked, and she's probably like blushing a little bit at Teddy because he's quite handsome. It's something that she's probably not seen on the Irish countryside for men, so she's probably like avoiding him and like looking down when he speaks to her because she's like has a little blush in her cheeks. But she's probably like answering the stuff and just being very eager at these foreign folks that are landed in her lap.
Whereas Evelyn is very nervous. She's basically run away from everything she knows and is familiar with, and has thrown her lot in with absolute strangers who she hasn't even really gotten to talk to yet. So when everything went weird.
All right.
So she's probably being a bit reticent and just answering and being polite, but surface level. She's not going to come out and say she's Order of Reason.
That's fair. Yeah. Chas actually has a question for Teddy. So this house we're going to, you said it belongs to your uncle?
Yeah, it did. I mean, it still technically does, but sort of.
So is he no longer with us, or?
He's no longer with me. He died about 8 or 9 years ago now. So, he died when I was about 15, 16, somewhere in there.
Okay. So now we just have to hope that there's
Awful story. He fell down the stairs and snapped his neck, and he was lying there for apparently hours, still alive, before he finally. It was awful. The stairwell's a little dangerous, though, I guess is what I mean to say.
Noted.
All stairwells in Britain are weird.
How?
How so?
They're really narrow.
They are quite tiny.
Oh, but it's to keep things compact.
Like your neck. I guess better than keeping it stretched. Right, Captain?
What?
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, but anyway, he died, and my aunt moved to their summer home in Belgium. So we should have the place all to ourselves. I don't think they've been back.
Okay.
We'll find
They've
out.
not rented it.
Rent? I mean, she doesn't need the money.
Leasing?
What?
That's a good point. Why hadn't they?
I thought that
is
was
it
common among
cursed?
those who had more than one house.
Or haunted
come on,
or something? I
Is
kind
it
of want to see a
cursed?
haunted house.
Sure, it's haunted. Either way, it'll be a place where we can lay low because you have strange men. Okay, that's a good point. Why do you have strange men shooting at you?
That is a very good question.
I guess I didn't think about it
We
because
also had strange men shooting at us.
We did. It was kind of surprising to
Go
be
from
here
one.
and have it as well.
That was surprising.
Right? But it was good. At least they didn't have cannons on this side.
True. The poor boat.
Oh, my boat.
You owe me a boat, by the way. Just for sailing across.
Oh,
I
okay.
was told that I could sail across the ocean, and
Well, we'll see if we can make it across the channel.
You've managed to cross the ocean.
Well, I
But
mean,
not on a boat.
she wants to
not
be
on-
on
You
a
still need
boat.
the
It was
boat.
part of an agreement.
Which we seem to have broken.
The Dashwoods are men of their words, and I will make sure that sooner or later, before we die, you will have a boat.
stick in my hand. I'll hold you to that.
Absolutely. No idea why I wasn't thinking about France when what I had to do to get you here. Sorry. Is she okay? He'll gesture toward Amelia, and
I don't know.
I didn't mean for that to happen.
No, but it's probably best that you did bring her along. We
need to find a way to get her back.
You did not mean to bring her then.
No.
Our leaving was
Quite.
a little more impromptu than we anticipated.
Expedited. Yeah.
She came to say goodbye at the docks, and then we got attacked.
I suppose the next question would be, how much does she know?
Not that much.
Okay, so restrained
think-
conversation then.
That'd probably be best.
Probably.
What is she going to think when she wakes up in
London.
England?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, we could say it's a theme reenactment to explain all the accents.
I knew you said that.
That's
We-
awful large.
That's
There's
a
a
collective
skyline
lie.
right there. There's like There's the English skyline.
We'll say that she was knocked unconscious. We stole a boat. She was unconscious the whole way across because she was sick, and now we're here.
That makes a lot more sense.
We could also just keep her unconscious.
Teddy!
Well, I don't know.
I
if
didn't
that's
mean
the
we'd
greatest
bludgeon
idea.
her.
That's rude. How could you... She's not... I don't...
And she convinced her that she had the date wrong as well.
Just...
I don't know. How bright is she?
I mean, she's
I don't know.
from a good family. We went to school together.
That does not mean much.
She knows dates and numbers and can run a household. Probably. I mean, I did ask if she wanted to go on an adventure. This is an adventure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can just convince her that they use different dates over here. You think she'd believe that?
Probably not, but it's worth a try.
I will leave that up to you.
Look, I'm kind of panicking a little bit.
It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Everything is going to work out.
Teddy.
Just
Teddy, when you say things are gonna work out fine, they don't work out fine.
okay. Then you say they'll work out
Panicking.
fine.
Smelling salts. She'll offer a little vial.
Oh yeah, I have some herbs in my bag. If you'd like, you might
Nope.
be able to calm down.
What kind of?
No, it's fine. We're not gonna be accused of kidnapping her.
I mean, we probably are, but that's fine. We were already across the ocean.
Oh, our family's gonna be so mad.
Probably.
So we just never go see them again.
That sounds fair to me.
Sounds like a good plan. I don't know these people.
There will suddenly be a crack of lightning above your head. And then rain will begin to pelt down on the carriage and into it through the open roof.
Evelyn's gonna raise what's left of her umbrella.
Okay.
Ooh, good storm.
See?
Hi.
They managed to destroy this one rather thoroughly.
And with that, the rest of the ride is in awkward silence as the horses meander their way through the streets of London, taking back roads, drawing little attention even though it is quite late at night. Before long, you will make it to the outside of the villa. Teddy hops out and opens the gate along with the help of the coachman. Or what some of you imagine as a coachman, at least. The gate is an old wrought iron fence built into decrepit stonework. The house itself is a 2-story villa on a parcel of land roughly half an acre in the center of Notting Hill. Small gardens flank it on either side, and you can see that there is an overgrown hedge wall on either side of the building that seems to link into the backyard's area, potentially for a small maze. The house itself looms overhead and is not dissimilar from the rest of the houses in the affluent area you find yourselves in. With a little bit of work, the two are able to crack the large chain on the gate and head inside, at which point Teddy helps himself to the skeleton key of a rock next to the front window. It shatters with a quick crash, and he reaches inside, nearly cutting himself on the shards of glass.
Be careful.
I'm... Thank you. Thank you for your concern, my lady. Captain, my lady. Here. Welcome to Chateau Dashwood, he says with a smile, and opens the door. The house is dark inside. The front entry hall leads to a sizable entrance hall past the foyer, where you can see that several doors lead off to the left, to the right. Above you, you can see that a banister for the second floor has an open view of the entry hall. And you can imagine that at one point, this great hall was the site of many parties, with people drinking, laughing on both levels. Doorways jut off to either side of the hallway. 2 on the left, 1 on the right, and through the back door there, you can see through old grime and soot-covered windows that there is in fact a topiary garden and small hedge maze outside. The moon is bright and casting light down, and there's the glow of street lamps all around that are illuminating with light pollution. However, the building seems to have held up fairly well in the last few years. You hear no sound of rain making its way inside of the house, at least not beyond a steady drip in the distance. The floor in front of you is marble tiled in a checker print pattern. The horses are stowed out back in the small stable to the right, next to a tiny coach house that fits on the property where the servants would sleep. And before long, all of you are nestled around a fire. There inside of, let's say that would be this place is a lot. We'll say inside of a study. He takes you back and around toward a back corner of this vaguely H-shaped house into a large study. Now, everything inside of this house is old and dusty and covered with cobwebs, and it's strange. Even the furniture has not been removed. Spectral figures haunt the corners of this house. But as you approach, they are merely dust cloths thrown across old, expensive furniture. It's quite dark in here, but Vivian has a lantern that he brings in after the horses are stowed. And before long, the study has a fortunately stocked fire roaring. 10 years of dust burning as the old, dry as bones wood crackles to life. Even the small woodpile next to the stove next to the fireplace in the study appears to not have been changed. And with that, you find yourself lounging around the study. What do you all do?
Is there a closet in the study?
Yes, there is.
Chas is gonna go take a look at it.
Okay. Opening the closet, you will see that it has a number of games and items in it. You can see that it looks like the study was used often for business, but also for gaming. There is a large circular table at the center of the room covered in drop cloth, and in the closet you'll find a number of decks of cards, as well as a chess set, a backgammon set, and several other popular games.
Well, she'll pull something out, but look distinctly disappointed. Well, I found cards.
Wonderful.
Anyone want to play?
I'm an awful host. Would anyone like to a cup of tea? That's what you cup of tea?
This place has a stocked pantry.
I don't know. I'm gonna go look for it.
I don't think anything could be edible.
I mean, tea doesn't go bad, does it?
Tea's also very expensive. Your aunt likely took it with her.
Okay, then
Is there any wine?
that is a better question. That is a better question.
Yeah.
If I remember, there was a small wine pantry near the kitchen. Anyone who wants to come with me in this spooky ooky house?
I would, but I think I want to make sure Amelia has somewhere to lie down if we can clean something off.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go look for some wine and maybe some glasses.
Let me know if you find any skeletons in the closets.
No, just the usual ones. And he'll leave the room.
Fine.
Are there any books in the study?
There are a few. There's a small bookcase with probably about 40 tomes behind it. There's a Bible. There are a few books that you've never heard of, and you will actually find that there is a copy of your favorite book on the shelf.
Ooh.
Evelyn will kind of just perch with her side bag, large bag that she had with her, that was stuffed with that item and the blueprints.
Darcy's
Sitting on
probably
my lap.
sitting near Mai because she's like looking to her for guidance because she's like, what the fuck is happening?
So, Mrs. Taylor, you said it was? Mai says, looking at you.
Well,
hope that-
given that I've come with you, I believe potentially I should drop Morgan at this time.
It's probably a smart idea. I agree. Comes the rumbling voice of Vivian as he rounds the table and sits down. Now, Mai's appearance has been stated before, but Vivian is a large black man, nearly 6'2", quite broad through the shoulders and powerfully built. His hair is cut down to just bare nubs around his scalp, and he has a broad, strong face, as well as deep but fairly light colored eyes. Almost in the firelight, they seem to reflect a bit of either hazel or like a tawny color to them. And is wearing fairly unassuming clothing, but in the day and age, some of you might find it a little strange that he just sits down next to all of you. And he will untie and remove his bow tie, giving his neck a bit of breathing space. I'm very happy that you came with us. Well, pardon me, let's go back. Came with us, Dr. Morgan. Dr. Taylor, I should say.
I think that would be best.
It's nice to meet you in person, and all of you as well.
You were the one writing the letters, correct?
I am Dr. Vivian Freeman, and I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure to meet you.
And I appreciate you taking the time to help escort Mai. The older woman nods. Strange situation we found ourselves in tonight, though.
Seems like we've dropped into something interesting.
Far more exciting than I was expecting.
You're a doctor? Of what? It's very rare. Both of you are to have received that.
Doctor is, doctors... Doctor is as doctor does. My accreditations are, Doctor is more of a noun, more of a verb than a noun, I suppose, in my case.
They are both more than intelligent enough to have earned it and have done all the work required for it. However,
Limitations are placed.
who would give it to us?
So we give it to ourselves.
That's fair. I know many doctors who perhaps haven't received a piece of paper stating as much.
My specialties are in veterinary and biological sciences, as well as with conductivity and electricity.
I specialize
Fine.
in more traditional sciences such as chemistry and interactions of material nature.
Fascinating.
Strange. So,
I think it's probably for the best if we all stay here for the night. And if we're going to be friendly, we might as well be honest.
It's for me.
Good. Until recently, myself, I was aligned as a member of an organization. Our goals no longer meet. And so I and several like-minded individuals have begun an exodus from our order of reason.
Oh, you're with the Order? That's interesting.
Well, I was with the Order. I'm not anymore. It's one of the reasons that I contacted Miss Mai. We're, attempting something rebellious.
That's really interesting. I haven't met anyone who was in the Order. What's it like?
usually you don't want to.
Stagnant. In closing, it is well, how did you find it, Dr. Taylor?
Patronizing, male-oriented, and old.
And I found it oriented toward whites primarily.
That as well.
We are on different sides of the margins, but we are still in the margins, you and I, Doctor.
Yes, I can't say I enjoy being treated as nothing more than an assistant. My work taken. Patronized.
I will say, it is a bit better for me in France and on this side of the Atlantic. But not much better. I hate to be a woman on any country.
Why? What's wrong with that?
Lots of idiots.
Oh, where are
Lots of
you
idiots
from?
in there.
From?
I'm from Concordia, by way of New York.
No shite. Nice.
Oh. How much does Evelyn know about Concordia?
Ooh,
yeah,
that's gonna be
same.
So-
Darcie as
She
well.
probably recognizes the word at least.
What I'll give you is, why don't you give me a, both of you
I
can
should
give me
also roll for
an
this.
intelligence plus occult or esoterica would work, whichever you prefer, or cosmology.
I'm also gonna roll for this.
Cool. You can do so at a difficulty of 5.
Okay.
The other two give me a difficulty of 6 and 7 for the reasoner.
Okay, so that was perception or intelligence?
Intelligence, and cosmology, occult, or esoterica.
I think
So-
I will go with esoterica.
Let me just confirm that ones subtract from successes.
They do,
no.
Amy. They do. As a matter of
Okay,
fact.
because I rolled a single 5 and 2 1s.
Cool. Well, you can't go into negatives with
That's
these
good.
because we're not using that house rule.
She's
So
distracted.
you're
Sorry,
just,
what was
your-
my difficulty?
Your difficulty is 7, and Darcy's is 6.
Darn,
So you just
I rolled 2.
fail. So it is.
That's like in.
So
that's
you
in
don't.
That's in the south, maybe.
4 successes and 2 successes. Okay, so with those successes, I will say 2 successes. You know that Concordia is the capital of the realm of Horizon, which is where the mages have kind of carved out a world of their own in the realms beyond. You have heard all sorts of fantastic stories that have been kind of tinged with like the chaos of it, Evelyn. So while Darcie knows of its existence, you might know that it is it has been explained to you with the same vim and vitriol that a deeply religious family would warn their daughter away from speakeasies and brothels and the red light districts and things like that. It is a chaotic place where nothing good can happen, and is where the enemy dwells. You don't go there.
Which I think Evelyn will take with us at least a grain of salt, because these are the people who say that she can't do anything because she's female, that she's basically useless and knows nothing.
That's in Canada, isn't it?
No, that's another realm.
You're from Concordia. That's.
Oh, I have so many questions.
Yeah, here, women, I was treated like basically livestock. I was going to be sold off to be married.
Do you know what misogyny
No.
means?
Yeah, I've heard the word.
That is the extent of life on this world, for the most part.
That would explain a lot of my interactions.
Well, think of it this
Yes.
way. At least you're white. Vivian will say.
That's fair. I also didn't,
Fair.
see people colored like you, treated very well either.
I hear good things about Concordia. People from all over.
Why did you come here?
Because it's interesting.
Really?
Concordia is small, and I wanted to experience real ocean, like actually sail. And you can sail on the Arcturus, but that's the ocean, one of the oceans there. But
You should make your way up to where I'm from. The cliffs and the beautiful ocean breeze. There's nothing like it. It's a beautiful place.
That sounds lovely. But yeah, if you sail on the Arcturus, you have a 50% chance of just dying. So I wanted a better chance than that, and wanted to find adventure. She's going to hold up the book that she got off the shelf, which is, if you can read the spine, it's Treasure Island. She's like, I wanted to have an adventure.
Did someone say adventure? You hear from the hallway. And Teddy will round the corner holding 2 bottles of wine. I couldn't find any glasses. Well, none that weren't incredibly dirty. They have plumbing, but I can't get it to work. But I found wine, and he will walk back into the room holding a pair of bottles of red wine. If anyone reads French, you will be able to see that one of them is a Cabernet Sauvignon. The other is looks like a Merlot. It's a pretty damaged label. If the fact there is a label is pretty impressive at this point. But they both appear to be from somewhere in the south of France. I guess I could ask Robin where they're from. Robin, where are they from?
They would be from the Loire Valley.
Okay, so yes. And as he puts one down, he will blow the dust off the other. I don't know if it's still good. It's a bit old. 1783. Was that a good year?
I wasn't around for that.
He pops the cork.
No.
I don't know much about wine.
Yeah, I'm more of a beer or
pass
a
it.
whiskey drinker to myself.
You're supposed to let it breathe, you heathen. Yeah, we've done enough breathing tonight. He'll take a pull off of it and hand it over.
Thank you. She'll
It's
grab
over
it and take a
100
swig.
years old. It's actually not bad. Like it's. Are you much of a wine drinker?
I think
Chastity?
she is.
Then it's
Yeah.
actually pretty good. It needs to breathe, but like it's very full bodied and it's robust. Like you're feeling a little more fortified after this.
Get the help with the nerves a bit.
Yeah.
Anyone? She'll
Yeah, I'll take-
offer it around.
I'll take it.
Oh, sorry. What was your name anyway, Captain? What was it again?
Josephine.
Josephine. Okay. Yes.
Josephine Carrington, Banny Tharsis. She'll
Excellent.
dance.
That's a lot of names. I will remember one of them.
Josephine, that's a very pretty name.
Thank you. I chose it myself.
And as you take a pull, Jen, can you do me a favor? Can
Yeah.
you roll me stamina, please?
Sure thing. Just straight stamina.
Just straight stamina, like it's a soak roll.
Like it's a soak roll. Woohoo. Difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6.
2 successes.
Okay. You are not going to be ill, but you take a pull off of this, and it is vinegar. Like, this is strong, like, ripe vinegar. It burns your mouth on the way down, and you get a little bit of it. You manage to swallow with some of your saliva, but for a moment, you get like a glob of it stuck at the back of your tongue, right at that sensitive part of your throat.
Someone take it. No.
Wrong. Chastity will take it back and give it a whiff.
It smells awful.
What the hell happened?
You broke my wine.
It tasted fine until... What did you do?
Oh, that was disgusting.
Okay, well,
Yeah, no shit.
let's try the other one then.
She'll dump some of it out on the floor just to
Hey,
like...
this carpet is...
Already in shambles!
My aunt's going to kill me.
Your aunt isn't here. We can say someone broke in.
It's a smashed window to prove it.
Exactly.
That is true. That is definitely true. Well,
It's fine. Look, it's almost dry anyway. And she'll just like
They're almost
kick the carpet, like flip it over, like just to kind of like, she's not helping it at all. It's just
sounds
smearing
good.
it in
As
more.
you kick it, you're going to hear like a thump, thump, thump as your foot echoes as it strikes the floorboard. And in the distance, you're going to hear... And then a collateral crash. As what sounds like hundreds of pounds of metal and glass explode in the entry hall.
Chastity's gonna put the bottle down on the table. Pick up her fan. So how's the other bottle?
Josephine's gonna go towards the door and look into the hall.
Evelyn's gonna pick up what remains of her umbrella.
Darcie's gonna light some incense.
Sounds good. Incense. Ooh, that's strong. And as the rest of you round the corner, you are going to see the chandelier in the Great Hall. The chain snapped, and it has collapsed. Ancient candles are spread across the floor from where the waxes exploded from the impact. There are shards of metal and bits of like the...
Crystal.
bits of crystal,
stuff?
yeah, it would be glass, it'd be crystal, that were dangling like teardrops from beneath it are spread across the floor.
Evelyn's gonna pick her way carefully over and look at the chain because that's awfully odd that it decided now to snap.
Mm-hmm.
The odds of that are quite high.
Sure.
Or quite low. I don't know.
Sure. Heading over to it, you are going to cross over, kind of gently meandering among the broken bits.
Kind of like feeling with my foot ahead to push stuff out of the way and
Sounds good.
not just putting down.
As you approach, why don't you give me a perception plus investigation roll?
Okay.
And yes, Robin, you have a question.
Yeah, so the incense, I was wondering if I could cast Prime Sense.
Sure, absolutely. So go ahead as soon as Christine's done. I'll take care of that.
Well, what's the difficulty?
Difficulty on that is going to be 6. You have a light source on you, right?
I would pick up a candle, I think.
Yep. And there are lanterns around the house that you could have used that are available. So go ahead and give me that roll.
Jesus. I'm doing well. I started with 2 10s and I'm exploding them now.
Okay.
Got another 10. Okay. 6.
6 successes. Glancing at it, you're going to see that the chain does have spots of rust on it, and as you hold up, you'll say, yeah, okay, there was a bit of corrosion on the side of it. But it's not like the roof gave way from where it was hung. The chain itself, this girthy length of steel, or actually it looks like iron, this is fairly old, but thick and sturdy, snapped. as if looking at it, you can see, looking very closely. Do you have a magnifying glass on you?
Oh, of course.
Okay. So as you investigate it,
It's quite small. In fact, I believe I put an image in my survey. It's a pair of glasses that have little magnifiers to up the magnification that she pops
Yes.
down over one eye.
so as you are looking at that, you are going to see that it has strain marks along the metal, as if,
Like it'd been pulled on?
yeah, by a tremendous force on both sides, though. Which, I mean, that's the way that physics work, right? But it looks like the metal is torn in such a way, and torn is the operative word, that you honestly think that, given the way that several of the rungs are shaped, it looks like tremendous hands crushed the chain and pulled it apart. Because some of the rungs on either side of the broken bit, well, pardon me, I guess you can't see the ones in the ceiling, but some below the broken bit, you are going to see are bent inward as if they were crushed. Just a tiny bit. But that would not have happened from the pull. They would have been stretched maybe, but not bent inward. Pinched. Meanwhile, back in the other room, Darcie, you can give me that at a difficulty of 4, please. If you are using your prime specialty instrument.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, wait, you wouldn't have a specialty. You'd have a unique instrument.
Yeah,
but-
so yeah, that's the incense.
Okay.
That
So that's
she's
just
gonna
that's
burn.
just your normal instrument. So your difficulty 4, please.
Okay. Oh, that's 3 successes.
Okay. You can put those all into duration, which will give you prime sight for the remainder of the night.
Sweet.
Okay. You are now at 2 effects that you have on right now. So all of your magic difficulties are up by 1. You have your strength bonus, and you have this.
Okay. Yeah.
You can freely dispel any of them
Yeah.
at any time. There's no action to do that. So, but you do have that problem. As you wave that around, you're going to see light flare around you, and a light hue just kind of falls around. You'll be able to see any magic that rises up inside of your vision as the mist clears around you. Pardon me, not mist, the incense smoke. And Teddy looks over at you and that's a great idea. That's a boffo. We should do a seance. You got the incense. What do you say? Seance?
What?
Communicate with spirits of the dead. It's all the rage over here, I hear.
That does sound pretty fun.
And my uncle did die here. He might know where there's better wine.
And you haven't yet shown me any skeletons.
If you wanted to see, and we're going to cut back to Evelyn as she is investigating. So looking at that, what do you do, Evelyn?
Actually, while she's kind of looking around, can I also just... I don't want to get super close to the chandelier, but I want to look around the entryway.
Sure, that sounds good.
Just see what I see.
Sounds good. You can make me a perception and investigation roll.
Cool.
Have you
Difficulty
done it?
6?
Difficulty 6, yeah.
2 successes.
2 successes. Looking around, you are going to see that very much indeed there are a few strange things that are going to strike you now that you're not just trying to get out of the rain and into some comfort. The banister overhead, as it wraps around the corner, basically directly, if you're facing toward the back of the house, like from the front door, you see a place where the banister is broken. Like the railing, the side of the banister up on the second floor is broken on one side. It's been pushed back into place, but you can see where the wood is still jutting out at a strange angle, and one of the what are they called, the pieces of wood? So you have a banister that reaches across, and then you have the vertical
Oh.
Slats.
slats. We'll say slats.
Yes.
So one of the slats is missing. Looks like it probably broke off. But you will see that there is a little nub that's just barely visible at the bottom where it looks like it snapped off. And the banister itself is slightly curved against the post that it has been pushed back to. As well, by the front door, you'll notice that there is an old dark stain at the base of the stairwell, right on the bottom step. And unlike most Victorian houses in England at this point, the stairwell is actually fairly broad. This villa is at least 100 years old, back before the staircases became more and more death traps. However, they are solid hardwood, and you can see that they're well worn and probably a bit slick. You wouldn't want to climb them without some dry shoes, even though there is a very elegant patterned runner up the center of them.
Okay.
But you're pretty certain that, given the story you heard before, that is probably that bottom step, and the pool in the grout is probably an old blood stain.
Yeah.
And as that happens, you will hear a scratching noise at the front door. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Over your shoulder. You and Evelyn are both going to hear it. Over the thunder and rain.
I'm gonna look at Evelyn.
Evelyn's gonna just look back and go, what do you think that might be?
Don't know. Are there, like, front windows on
either side of the foyer? Yes, there are, including the one that you'll hear the of the wind coming through from where Teddy bashed it open.
Okay. Can I go to one of them and kind of try and get far enough back that I can maybe catch a look
Yes, you can.
towards the door?
Looking out.
It's going to be dark, but...
You catch a little bit of yourself reflected back at you, and as you glance out, there is no one on the front step. Scratch, scratch, scratch.
The sound of the scratch, does it sound like it's on the inside or the outside of the door?
It sounds like it's on the outside, and it sounds very low.
There's no person there.
She'll take her umbrella firmly in hand and just very carefully stand behind the door partially, so hopefully it can't get shoved, like, nice and tight to her so it won't get shoved too hard into her and hurt her. But she can just kind of crack it and look down.
Okay. As you do so, the front door will crack open, and you'll hear as the door swings inward with a gust of wind, and on the front step, right in front of the door, beneath there, lowering a paw as dainty as can be, is a black cat staring up at you.
Adorable.
It blinks at you with one good eye. The other one sealed shut with a scar.
Evelyn's going to very carefully reach out, like, see if the cat wants to sniff, and then let it in.
It sniffs your fingers a couple of times and then darts between your legs and into the house past Josephine.
Well, I suppose everybody could use a...
It shoots you a look as a curious one. And in the other room...
I'll close the door again.
Seance. What do you say?
Lock the door, too. Just...
I mean, I'm not the one to... I don't really speak with the spirits. I was just using it to try and see if there's anything weird going on, but I guess we could try to talk to the dead.
It's a foolhardy thing to do, Mai says. But I'm going to see if I can find any food, or at least anything out in the garden.
Do you need a hand with that, Mai?
Be foolhardy with the other young witches.
Oh, come on, you want to try a seance, don't you?
Besides, this is how you make friends. If there's anything botanical out there, I might be able to give you a hand. I'll go out too. Besides, someone has to hold an umbrella for the lady. Oh, a charmer, are we? Not intentionally. And with that, they will head outside to go look for anything in the pantry and anything out in the back garden that might still have propagated over the time. At the very least, maybe something to make an herbal tea out of. As they head out the back door, you are going to hear something around the corner. Soft little pads. And Darcie, Bran is sitting next to you, looking up at you.
Oh, Bran, you found me. How? Oh, come here, you're all wet. And she'll like put her take off her shawl, and she will just pick him up by his belly and just hold him in her lap and start petting him a little bit. Oh, how'd you find me, Bran? Oh, I'm so glad you did, though.
I can smell you anywhere. You'll hear a mutter just in your ear that is probably not audible to anybody else, but if anybody, so Chastity, you're in the room right now. I'll give you a perception and alertness roll to hear that.
Perception and alertness. All right. What's my difficulty?
Difficulty for this is going to be 8 because he's pretty stealthy. He's a cat.
He's a cat. What do you say it was 8?
8.
Okay, I have a 10.
Okay, so
Single 10.
You're pretty sure that cat sure muttered and meowed like a person speaks, but maybe it's a trick of your mind. It's probably not.
What do I know about magical cats?
That is a great question. Witches have magical cats. You know that for sure. Witches have familiars. What's your occult or esoterica rating?
My occult is 1.
Yeah, so witches have, black cats? You've never seen one speak before, though. This is probably...
I don't know that many witches either.
It's true. Teddy's not near enough to hear. He's over, headed to the card table, whipping off the old drape cloth to make room.
Darcie.
Yes.
Is that your familiar? You have familiars, right? That's a thing?
Meow.
Bran. That was
Does it sound like a cat saying meow? Like he said...
Yes, both. It sounds like a cat saying meow and like a cat saying meow.
Yeah.
Meow.
This is Bran. Bram. I found him when he was just a kitten.
Oh, could he always talk?
I don't think so. I think it
Could you always talk?
Well, I don't remember not being able to. So what? I fell in the water, sort of. Doc. You try not stinking there.
Okay, so I think that's probably when Evelyn and Josephine could probably have chosen to come back at this point, with Chastity proclaiming, "You try not to stink there." So, ladies!
Seance?
Seance? Teddy says, sweeping his arms out across the table.
What?
Well, my uncle died in this house, and I figure that if there's any food, any treasure, or any wine that isn't vinegar, we could ask his spirit. Besides, we gotta pass the time. This storm is really boring, and unless anybody wants to help me explore upstairs, we might be able to find some comfortable bedding. I can't think of a better way to pass the time.
Why would you need a seance to talk to him?
Because that's how you talk to spirits and ghosts?
You just need to tap into the etheric waves.
The what?
The what?
What?
Ether.
Oh, we could also ask him if he has any ether. That is a good party.
I think we're talking about a different type of ether.
What's ether?
It's It's a huffable solution. You put it on a rag and you have a great time.
It's not.
I
Evelyn,
argue
what's
it
your
is.
ether?
It's a energy that is all around us and is tied to magic, and you can measure it and manipulate it and use it.
Oh.
Like Essentia?
What?
Like chakra energy. I feel you.
Quintessence.
Except this is scientific.
Oh. Okay. I missed it.
Quintessence is scientific. It's
Science.
alchemical. Or it can be.
Okay.
That has, yes, elements of science.
Darcie, you're the tiebreaker then. Are we doing this scientifically or are we doing it the old-fashioned way?
I'm kind of intrigued by the science.
Well, then why don't we do both? We'll mix them.
I mean, I've got some amethyst here. I can definitely do something.
Also, did one of you guys spray him in? Thank you so much.
It's your cat.
Yes, he's my familiar. I guess you said. Yeah, he's my familiar.
Excellent. Yeah, he was scratching at the door.
Oh, well, thank you for letting him in.
Josephine's gonna start rifling through her carpet bag and pull out just like a little wooden box and
There's got to be a way to make this work together, right? Etheric waves and chanting.
I'm sure we could do some sort of blend.
What do you say? You can scientifically measure it and all that.
Well, I mean, I can set up my speaker system, yes.
Like your mouth? We're going to be using a lot of speaking systems here.
Something slightly more technical.
Sure.
She will rummage through her bag and pull out her little case that she starts pulling apart and flipping bits up and connecting things, and it turns into a rough-looking,
Like a
old-fashioned telephone radio system sort of thing.
Okay.
With an aerial sticking up.
And does it have like a gramophone horn that kind of goes...
Yeah, it's a very small one.
Okay. Like a folding fan, basically.
Yeah.
That's
It's a
ridiculous.
miniaturized one.
yeah.
Okay.
And Josephine pulls out a tiny bottle with some purple powder in it. Yeah, I've got enough amethyst to
Are
make
you
this work.
supposed to... What do you do with the amethyst?
I assume it has conductive properties.
Yeah, it connects you to, the spirits. To the
I've never actually thought about that.
Okay, ghost-like stones. Go ahead.
She's going to make a little note about investigating the properties of amethyst and spiritual etheric conduction. And seeing if maybe this would be a good route to follow to make this more.
Okay.
Never know.
It's true.
So, taking a bit of time to work this out, do you want to try to do a seance together?
I mean, Chastity's absolutely
Yeah.
down with this.
Which at some
Very
point Evelyn
confused
is going
about the
to
powder.
note that
Just-
it did seem like maybe the chandelier had assistance finally breaking.
So you're saying that there's like an actual ghost here?
I really couldn't say. It seemed like the chain had been stressed
Oh, where did this happen? Out in the front?
enough. Well, that was the crash you heard. It
Mhm.
was the chandelier.
Darcy's gonna quickly run up to the entrance, peek through the door. Does she see any magical aura-y
You
thing
do
around
not
there?
see. Now, to be fair, magic. So Prime Sight will only usually reveal magic energy.
Yeah.
So if it is the powers of other supernatural creatures, that's not technically magic. So it usually would not reveal those.
Yeah.
But you're still learning as Darcie. So
Yeah.
Darcie who looks around and is like, no. But as you turn back and the seance is starting to get set up, you might be seeing something in a second. That's for sure.
You probably know that there's no mage hiding in here with us that did a spell on that, so
That's true.
that's something.
Yeah.
It wasn't Teddy trying to spook us out.
It was
Yeah,
not.
no, I was basically like, basically looking for like added character. Robin was thinking that Prime Sight would like would it give like, do like spells and effects have like residual kind of lingering notes?
So
do they?
it depends on which system you're using. The system that I use for my games is that they last for a number of turns equal to successes rolled.
Okay.
So, and if you're doing ritual casting, it lasts in hours or days, basically, for a number of successes rolled, because it's a much longer period of time. So, if you do a quick cast to like, oh, I hide myself in a crowd, you only have to watch the flare for maybe a round or two.
Okay.
And you can suppress that with a prime effect, but that's prime.
Yeah.
It's why it's good
cool.
to have Prime Sight up. Then you just
Then you're like,
See it.
So you're
hey.
seeing more active as it happens than, oh, something happened here.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking of using the primes, is not to see ghosts, but to see like if like magical effects were gonna happen. That's why I put that up. So I just wanted to make sure that
But
I was right in
I
thinking
want you
that.
to do me a favor. You can actually,
Yes.
as you're in the entryway, like looking around, I want Darcie to make me a perception, and either awareness or alertness, either will apply in this case because of your prime sight.
Cool.
So choose your favorite, and you're going to be looking
Awareness with resonance.
with resonance. Okay. Then this is going to be at a difficulty of 7. I'm going to say.
Okay. So you said
'Cause quite-
perception.
Yeah, perception. And resonance will not apply to this.
Okay,
So you will
sounds
not
good.
have a specialty bonus.
That's fine. 1, 2, yeah. Okay. It's gonna be 5 successes.
Holy crap.
I rolled
as
2
you,
10s in there.
As you turn around to go and return to the room, to the study where the seance is about to take place, you glance out the back door. And directly outside, a little bit off the path, you are going to see what looks like fireflies rising. A slight glow, like embers rising out of a fire. There's something out back of this house that is catching your etheric sight. Your vision of magic in motion is seeing something outside, out the backyard. And do you approach the back window?
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Okay.
she's probably not gonna think about. Like,
All of you that
she'll
watch
probably-
Darcie like rush outside are going to see her kind of turn and like wander, kind of very focused, looking out the back window. And you are going to see that these little motes of energy rising up are coming out of an old well. An old stone well out back.
She's gonna like, while she's like pressed against the window, she's gonna be like, I think I'm seeing something.
what are you seeing?
I'm seeing magic coming from the well.
Is there any history about the well?
I mean, it has water in it. Although, if we're thirsty, this would be the right time to get it since we can't get it out of the pipes.
What does the magic look like?
It looks like quintessential energy, actually. Looking directly at it, Darcie, if you weren't... This might be a node. A wellspring of quintessence. Ironically, on a well, but... It's not that strong, but it is present.
I think it's a node. I think it's consensus.
That would be good to have.
I want to go check this out.
Okay. Who else is going outside?
Definitely.
Okay.
Putting off the seance to go check this out.
I'm gonna stay... Tell me if it's a node. I'm gonna find candles for this.
Seems like a good idea. Chas is gonna put up her own prime site, actually.
Sounds good. You're at difficulty 4.
Okay. And she does not have any other effects right now, and she'll take like a moment to give it a little, like, a short prayer to let her see the unseen kind of thing.
Sounds good. Show you sight beyond sight.
Yes. What was my difficulty?
4.
Okay, so I got an 8, a 5, and a 1. So I think I'm okay.
1 success. I'll let it be for the rest of the scene.
Sure. Yeah, she doesn't need it for long. She just wants to be able to take a look at it.
All right. So stepping outside, you're going to be once again buffeted by the wind and rain as it swirls around you, drenching you to the bone.
It's wet.
Heading over, you can see exactly what Darcie was talking about, although to you it looks a bit different, actually. It looks like a soft hum and thrum of energy, like a heartbeat.
And it's a node, for sure?
It is, you're pretty sure. Heading outside to the... Do you head all the way to the side of the well?
Oh yeah, she's gonna go right up to it. She wants to see if she can get any quintessence out of this.
Sounds good. The ground squelches and drags at your boots as you walk. It's quite moist in this little garden area, and most of the stones have been long since subsumed by the dirt. So your boots are going to be absolutely filthy getting over there. But you walk. It's about 30 feet from the back door off to the left. And walking up to it, you can see that it has... so it's a fairly large well, about the size of... about 3 feet wide. And about, who knows how deep, the old stonework juts about 3 feet above ground, so enough that you can lean over it without having to strain. Above it, you can see that one of the rigs, the posts where a bucket would have gone down is. The bucket is laying next to, is no longer attached. The rope has long since rotted away, and the bucket is still kind of in one piece on the ground, but it's like half buried in mud from when it was left upturned like a bucket on the beach. Sorry, I couldn't catch that.
Oh, she just mumbles, well, that's annoying.
Is anyone else heading out there to this?
I think Evelyn's watching, kind of hovering between the room and the back door sort of space, because she doesn't really want to leave all her things alone. So she's actually carrying her bag with the rest of the stuff.
Sounds good.
But she's left her spirit thing set up, her spirit radio.
Sounds good. Darcie, as Chastity heads outside, you will actually see a flare of magical energy that you'll recognize as prime magic, as she calls down divine energy to guide her sight. And it's the strangest thing. It's like watching a halo grow around her body. And settles on her eyeballs and then vanishes as it slowly adheres to her pattern. Josephine, are you headed out or just watching from inside?
I think I'm just watching.
Okay. So you are standing right over it right now, Chastity. Darcie, are you headed forward or are you going to hang back?
I think she's intrigued. She's gonna just go right
How
up to
close
it as well.
Do you have to be to something like that to reap a benefit?
To reap a benefit, you have to meditate near it.
Okay.
So usually right next to it. Unless you have Prime 3, in which case you can just siphon it immediately. Okay. However, if someone else wants to siphon it, they can siphon it and then give it to you. If you have Prime, you can hold more than your avatar in quintessence. If you do not have at least Prime 1, you can only hold up to your avatar rating ambiently, unless someone imbues you with Prime.
Okay.
Darcie, walking up to it, you are going to be able to stand right next to it. The ground seems more sturdy for you, though, whereas it seems to try to suck Chastity down into the squelching mud. You walk across it with the grace of your heritage. It's a bit muddy, and the bottoms of your shoes will need to be wiped, but the land likes you. And as you head up, what are you two doing, standing over the well?
Chastity would like to reap quintessence.
Sounds good. All right. So if you'd like to do that, that's pretty easy. What you can do is...
I've got Prime 3.
Yep. So that is not a problem at all. That is going to be to just absorb it. I'm just seeing what the rules are for this edition. So I believe what it's going to be is that you can start siphoning this out with prime 3, and each success that you get will be a point of quintessence that you'll add to your pattern.
Okay. So
Darcie would also like to do that too.
Yep, if you have prime 3, go ahead.
Oh, no, I only have prime 2.
So you only have prime 2. So let me just double check that they didn't change it around in this edition. Consecration. Average damage. Yep, so you need prime 3 to directly draw from nodes.
Oh, okay.
However, what I will let you do, Darcie, since you are right there and you have your sight up, I would like you to give me a perception and investigation roll.
Okay.
You could also use awareness if you prefer.
I will always prefer awareness. That's a 4.
Okay, sounds good.
What just fell out?
All
Oh,
right,
it
so
just fell out here.
as for you, Amy, Chastity is going to be rolling this at a difficulty of, this is uncanny, because it is moving actual well, actually, in this edition, I think that would actually, let me just double check that. Because I'm still getting used to using the difference between uncanny and elegant and catastrophic magic.
Right.
Perceptible magic is uncanny. Do seem possible. Yeah, okay. I'm going to say that it's elegant.
Okay. And do I just roll my Ilott for this as well?
Yes, you will. So you are going to be going at a difficulty of 4.
Okay.
Oh, pardon me. You're going at a... Yeah, it's a difficulty of... Pardon me, it's a difficulty of 6, because I'm...
6. Okay.
Now, do you have anything that would lower that difficulty?
Well,
Are you
if
using your prime specialty focus? Specialty
that's
instrument?
usually one of her prayers. So that's not like an... Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be a difficulty 5.
She'll take some time to do that.
Okay, difficulty 5. If you take a minute per roll, it'll be a difficulty of 4.
Sure, she'll just stand there and get drenched because you know what, that's fine.
And how many points of quintessence are you hoping... How many successes are you hoping to roll?
I'm hoping to get at least 2, but...
In the distance, a dog continues to bay and bark into the night, if you can't hear.
Alright, so that's a... What did you say it was? A difficulty of...
Difficulty of 4.
4? Okay. So I got a 5, a 6, and a 10. And I'm just going to take the 2 from the 10 instead of trying
Okay,
to...
so you are going
that.
to manage to absorb 4 points of quintessence with a minute of prayer.
Sweet.
Would
Alright.
you like to keep going?
I would like to keep going.
Yeah?
This seems like a good spot.
Sounds good.
Maybe might need to replenish, give some back to Teddy or something for whatever he did
Sounds
to get
good.
us here.
So this is going to be at a... it's going to be at a difficulty of 5 now.
Okay. 1.
1.
Yeah.
You can continue rolling at a difficulty of 6 and see how many more you grab.
I will do that one more time.
Okay, sounds good.
And that's 1 more.
1 more? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you're going to net a total of 6 points of quintessence. Darcie, you're going to watch her pray over this, and minute by minute, it takes about 3 or 4 minutes, you're going to watch motes of light just siphon out of this well into her. And you'll see just a brief moment where the core of her being kind of glows in your eyes, and you'll see the outline of her heart kind of with each bit of magic that flows into her. How many successes did you get on your roll?
I was waiting for you to tell me the difficulty, so I haven't rolled
Okay.
yet.
So difficulty of 8 for this.
Oh, these new dice love me so much. That's going to be 5 successes. I rolled
Holy
2
crap.
10s again.
Okay, so
And a 9.
you are unable to reap quintessence directly from this node. However, looking around it, you are going to see that it is actually ringed by a small fairy circle. Or there is one that is a kind of a satellite off to the north of it, as well as some moss that is softly glowing with quintessential energy. This is TAS. Physical manifestations when primal energy coalesces into physical form. You have to either consume or destroy it using magic, usually prime 3, in order to liquefy your assets. However, you are going to find 3 mushrooms, all of which are edible. I have not decided whether or not Maya's told you what happens when you eat quintessence that are made of mushrooms. So we'll find out that later. You also will find at is it the south side that moss grows primarily? It's the
North.
darker side usually, right?
Yeah, the north.
Is it the north side? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and on the north of the well, just out of Chastity's sight, you are going to find 2 points of tass made of moss. However, I would like you to do me a favor, please. And I would like you to roll me intelligence plus esoterica. Or occult.
Okay. I'll do esoterica.
So
What difficulty?
difficulty of 6.
1 subtract.
Ones do subtract.
Okay, 0. I rolled 2 successes, 2 failures.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so looking at this, you're going to be able to pluck the moss away. And you're going to harvest this. You're going to have 5 points of tass, 3 mushrooms, 2 moss.
Okay.
Which tass is useful because it stays in physical form until you destroy it. Or until it is just destroyed through any means. As you are plucking these things and you are praying, though, what about the rest of you? Are you two just standing and watching this prayer and mushroom collection session?
I think once I realize that they're going to be out there for a little bit and are pulling quintessence, then I will go back to what I'm doing because I have plenty of quint right now, so I
Sounds
don't
good.
need any more.
I have
yeah.
no quint, but I am not going to sit by a muddy, grounded well in the middle of the night in the rain and meditate or
Yeah.
think on science.
I would like, what I would really like is, can I get both of you who are out there right now collecting this to make me a perception plus awareness roll at a difficulty of 8. So this is Darcie and Chastity.
Okay. Perception and awareness, difficulty 8.
Perception and awareness. Throw the dice around.
1 success. Okay.
1.
Okay. 2 successes.
2 successes. Both of you are going to feel a chill as you collect and consume this quintessence. And both of you are going to be mildly affected you're going to notice this is the important thing. Both of you are going to have a sense about you of both dread, loneliness, and fear. That emotion kind of rolls over, particularly strongly to Chastity, actually. After you finish your final prayer, you are going to feel just that sharp tension at the base of your throat, like an anxiety attack is threatening to come on, but also like you kind of want to cry. And this will fade over the next few minutes, but it is a sudden emotional resonance that flares up within you. You will also notice that Darcie has picked some moss off and some mushrooms, and as she's collecting them, I will allow you, since you're right there, to make me a perception and esoterica roll, I think is what I will.
I do not have esoterica. I have occult. I have
Okay, I'll allow occult.
vice and theology.
I will allow either occult or vice.
They're the same rating for me, so it's just
Go ahead.
it would be perception and yeah.
Sure, that works for me.
Cool. That's what was the difficulty?
Difficulty on this is going to be 6.
Okay, I got a 9 and a 10.
Perfect. So glancing down, you're going to see that the mushrooms that she has collected are of a particular variety that you are acquainted with.
Oh.
Normally, they don't grow away from, I believe they grow on logs, usually. But here they're growing just in the middle of, it's kind of strange. Not only are they glowing with quintessential energy with your prime sight, you imagine that they are going to be a lot of fun to use. However, that's not what strikes you the most. It's as she comes by and scrapes away some of the moss that is growing at the base of this well, you will recognize the variety of moss in the darkness. For you did a lot of work for Sister Agatha, and one of the things that you did was clean gravestones.
Mm.
This is grave moss. A particular breed that likes to grow around, well,
Graves.
corpses.
I think I found the skeleton. She mumbles that quietly.
Okay.
Actually, we'll say that.
Okay. Oh, sorry?
Moss. It's grave moss.
Oh.
And she's looking around and kind of just like gives us like circles the well at this point to look for anything else.
It looks like it goes down pretty deep, well beyond your line of sight from the lantern that you have with you.
Yeah.
If you got another rope, you could try to send a bucket down.
She doesn't have any rope on her, but she knows where she can get some, I think.
Meanwhile, back inside of the house, having had plenty of time to watch this, you are free to wander around the house as much as you two would like, Josephine and Evelyn, or you could head back to the study where Teddy is setting up candles around the table.
Basically, Evelyn will kind of go. She'll stick a bit more around Josephine because she seems very like, oh, cool, you were Order of Reason, sort of thing. Like, she doesn't want to be alone.
And
For
Teddy's
one.
dangerous.
A is dangerous. She's a very slight, small woman.
Josephine, strong and tough.
Also, this one doesn't seem quite like prejudiced against what she used to do. Potentially. Not that the others have seemed that way, but at the same time, traditions, Order of Reason, she's like, they might not like me.
Yeah. I think Josephine's going to head back to the study and yeah, just kind of wait a little impatiently for seance stuff to start. It's like, they just get back here already.
Well, I got all the candles set up. All we need is some incense, some chanting, and a ghost, Teddy will say, smiling at you. So
There's probably plenty of those.
You're from up there, or down there, or whichever way it is. I've never been.
Yeah. It's a good place.
So
love it.
you're exotic.
I've learned that no one really uses that term in a good way.
I use all of my terms in the best way possible. Captain. Should I call you Captain?
I mean, I don't really have a boat, so I'm not really a captain.
Now, you sail on the ocean of my, well, heart. You'll be a captain in there. Oh, come on.
Anyway.
Laugh. Do they not have manners up there? You're supposed to laugh at my stupid jokes.
But they're stupid.
No, that's fair.
Yes, I am from Concordia. I am exotic. I am unusual.
And a good
as
kisser.
it keeps being. Thanks.
You are absolutely welcome. The pleasure was hopefully mutual, actually.
It was alright.
All right. Well,
What?
if you'd like to try for better success, I'm always willing.
I'm not particularly interested.
Your call. At the very least, I look forward to our adventures together.
I can agree on that.
And if your interest ever waxes, please let me know. Until then,
Evelyn's just gonna be standing in the doorway, just kind of watching and like hiding, like laughter.
until then, I'm happy to keep our relationship strictly professional. Or
Sounds
friendly, but like friendly, friends.
Friends.
Good. And Miss Doctor,
Yes.
a married woman, I see. he says, gesturing to your hand.
Yes.
Is there a... I guess there is a Mr. Dr. Taylor Morgan?
My married name is Morgan, yes.
I heard you mention it before. There is, as I was just saying to Captain Joe, there's any services that you require, I am happy to provide, as well as any comforts that my uncle's establishment, his residence, his potentially final tomb, can offer as well.
Thank you. On a side note, Evelyn was not 100% sure how to take that comment.
I don't think... yeah, fair.
She was just... Okay.
Anyway, I'm ready if you are to start setting up your etheric doodads.
Yes.
Cool. I mean, little. Fantastic. Let's get to work, he says, spreading his arms around the table. And with that, do you and Josephine...
She will finish setting it up, and she'll, like, get him to reach and hold. Loop that piece around there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not a problem at all.
Please. Thank you.
Josephine's, while you're doing that, Josephine's going to be drawing some symbols on the table in her amethyst powder, as she chants her Latin, and then goes over her eyes with the amethyst powder. So
sounds good. You begin to prepare the ritual circle, which means that you are going to be able to work together on this effect. And a few minutes later, as you ring the table, are you two headed back in, out of the rain? Okay, so Chastity and Darcie are going to re-enter, completely drenched.
Mm-hmm.
Teddy will approach with some drop cloths that are a little less dusty that he's found in one of the cupboards, and will offer them. There might be some towels upstairs, but this is a good start. Come on in.
Wrap it around like a cloak, like it's like dramatically my hero.
Oh, my dear Miss Goodwin, anytime. Do you...
Of course.
Yes. And you seem to be soaked to the bone. Here, allow me. And Darcie is going to be offered...
Biggest blush. Their cheeks are so red right now. Her cheeks just go full red. Oh, on those
He will hand you his
freckles.
jacket.
Thank you, sir. That's very, very kind.
Not a problem. This technically is my house. I need to treat people with respect and care, like a good host should. Now let's go summon my dead uncle.
I think we may have found a body in the yard.
What?
What?
Grave moss.
Yes, it was by the whale.
There's a whale in the yard?
Well,
The whale.
Oh, sorry. My ears are still a little ringing from the landing.
Oh, speaking. Do you need did you use too much? Do we use quintessence in game as a term just generally?
That's one of the rough things about World of Darkness
It's like,
games.
have you used too much energy? Do you need some vigor?
Hermetics will say quintessence.
Hermetics will straight up. Quintessence is kind of a shorthand that all the traditions can use.
Yeah, okay.
But each one of them has their own special word for it.
I don't remember
right?
what the hell it is for the cult of
For
ecstasy.
the Cult of Ecstasy, it is prana, if I'm not mistaken.
Prana?
Whoa.
Prana, which is like it's chakra, metaphysical energy. I believe
Okay,
it's
right.
prana.
Just use ether?
Yeah, they use ether, or it can also be pronounced as aether if they really want to.
In that
But
case, so probably something
the
like
sons of ether, so.
Do you need some more? Do you need a top up on some vim and vigor?
Oh.
What?
Node.
Oh
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
magic.
Shower me in your love.
And this is Prime. She uses prayer for that usually, so
Okay.
she'll probably just do like, although I'm trying to figure out how she would actually do this with Teddy specifically.
Please
might
bless
just
this
kiss
idiot.
him. Please bless this idiot, and she'll give him a kiss.
Okay. Lips or cheek?
Lips.
Okay.
That's how it works best that way.
It really does. It's breath to breath, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of open mouth, a little bit of breathing back and forth.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so why don't you go ahead and this is going to be at a difficulty of transferring it. You are using additional. I'll say it's difficulty 4
Okay.
for this. So.
Not
and-
sure. I was gonna transfer like 2, maybe.
Sure. That works for me.
Yeah. So okay. So sorry, difficulty.
Difficulty 4.
Okay. That's 1 success.
All right, you can. You were going to you were trying to transfer 2, so you're halfway there. So you kiss him, and transfer some of the energy into him. Which Darcie, you're going to see this kind of transfer, like she's breathing like magic energy directly into his mouth. You can continue next round again at difficulty of 5.
Sure, but I think what she's gonna do is she'll probably like pause, like stop for a second, pull back. Something's not right here, and then she'll go in again
Okay.
for the next round.
Should I go to the left or?
That's I got a 9 and a 6 for that.
Okay, cool. So you can transfer a
that's just
third
2.
if you'd like, but you don't have to.
She'll make sure that he's got. We'll just say she'll give him 3. He probably
What?
spent a decent amount.
He has Avatar 3, and he spent 3.
Okay. There. And then she'll push him back, give him a pat on the cheek, and wander back off into the room and leave him there.
Definitely feeling vigorous now.
Evelyn will just look a little startled.
Yeah, Darcy's like what the? She's like half like.
Oh, we're old friends.
America must be a very strange place.
It is, but also, sorry. You are, I'm assuming, some type of lovely witch.
Yes.
Verbena?
Verbena, yes.
Verbena. I and parts of Chastity are with the Cult of Ecstasy.
Oh, I think
Parts of Chastity?
my eyes might
The
have
best
failed.
ones.
Sorry, I'm all new to this. I've been awakened for about 6 months now, so it's
Ooh.
all quite new to me.
It's a methodology of transferring prana across physical distances and sharing it with one another through intimate connections. If you'd like, I could show you some techniques later.
Even redder, and she just kind of like giggles and
I like this one. But first, Ghost?
yes, let's look at the ghost, and she's like flusteredly like runs into the other
Hopefully
room.
It's not too wet tomorrow. See if there's anything left for the node.
Oh, there probably will be. Old stockpiles of everything in this place. And he will sit down around the table with you. One by one, you all assemble there and begin to... has anyone ever done this before? Teddy will say.
No?
Thought you not tried it yet.
So I've done it once. Usually
It's
we all
theoretical.
join hands and call upon the spirits and ask them to make themselves known to us.
Is it just contact needed, or does it have to be the hands?
It's usually the hands, but
Well, I will have to tune the device.
oh, I mean, I guess you could not be inside of the circle. You could do it from without, or what could we?
I mean, you could elbow, I suppose.
I guess we could just put our hands on your wrist or something.
That would work, yes.
So
I would not want to interrupt your methodology.
Oh, it's not my methodology, really. This is just how I've seen it done. I mean, how would you? I mean, is anyone trained in the ways of the spirits?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, well, how would you do it then?
I tune my
We do
machine
it
in.
differently. She has this. I have.
You just have to tune into the correct waves. or where
And-
you can contact them.
And how do you do it?
Magic?
Yeah, but does it involve connecting to waves, or can you...
It involves looking across the veil? It involves, I use the...
Well, walk me through it, actually. I guarantee I am an expert at getting people who are not used to working together to make sure that everyone has a place and everyone fits.
Well, okay. Basics of alchemy: as above, so below. You've got your amethyst to connect you to spirits, and then I have a ritual that I do that makes it work. It's how I was taught.
Okay. So...
Do you snort anything? Like snuff?
No,
Okay.
I'd imagine that would hurt.
I just use my will. and
So you're a
reach out.
conduit,
Sure.
like an antenna on a box.
Well, and I suppose
Sure.
Wait,
the
what
act
radios
of
were?
tuning, I go about it in a very regimented way, which I suppose you could call ritualistic.
Well, what I'm thinking is that if you could work together, it would be significantly more powerful. So, if you're acting as a conduit for the spirits, then it wouldn't be that difficult to have some of those waves maybe centered on whatever Captain Joe is doing?
Well, if she is amplifying, then they would be stronger in order to lock onto them.
There we go.
Yes, can you tune
Yeah.
to like a specific area? If you could tune on like around her.
Well, essentially, it's the area of this room.
Ah.
It is a very short-range device. It's quite small.
Mhm. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt.
Sure.
William Hirschfeld Hertz. It was a...
What?
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
Is this another one of your friends?
No, he invented the radio. Come on, it was only like 10, 15 years ago.
Oh, I see. You were making a pun.
Ah.
He also got it wrong. It's Heinrich Rudolf Hertz. But
Amazing.
you think he combined it with some, like, Broadway actor in his head?
Like,
All right.
Gilbert
well,
and Sullivan Hertz?
if we're going to attempt to work together, I'm assuming that we're going to try and help all of you also access this. So I just need to put some of this on your eyes, on your eyelids.
I mean, we are getting right near the witching hour, so it's quite a good time to do this.
The veil is thinner now.
Indeed. And she's going to go around and just
Sounds
put like some of this amethyst powder on your eyes.
Sounds good.
Eyelids.
So,
In your eyes.
in your eyes, that was like, before Ben Stein shows up, I was like, for dry red eyes, put amethyst powder in. Okay, so as you set this up, so you have the appropriate resonance. I'm going to say that you do have the appropriate resonance for this. Specifically, even though it is only generally there's still a bit of lingering resonance from Chastity being there and whatever task was pulled from the well. So I'm going to give you a -1 on the casting. You are manipulating mythic threads and hyper-narrative right now by doing a seance to do this. And it is a spooky night at midnight. So that's going to be another -1 because time and place matters.
In a house
So-
that had a death.
In a house that had a death, and there was a weird, creepy thing, and you are near a node. So this is going to be a difficulty of 3 for both of you.
Ooh.
Okay.
What you are going to need to do this is for each one of you that needs to see, it is going to be, you're going to need 1 success. So that is...
And you just roll Arete.
You just roll Arete, so you need 5 successes between the 2 of you.
Okay.
And then +1 for each duration you would like.
Okay,
So
okay.
in this case, I think you need at least 6 successes between you two.
And it was difficulty 3, correct?
Difficulty of 3.
Okay.
2 successes.
2 successes. Okay.
I rolled 2 3s and a 2.
Oh, that. Oh, you rolled a 10?
Nope.
God damn it, Christine.
It's fine. I know Evelyn will carry me through this.
It's true. Evelyn, 5 successes. Okay.
Okay, so I rolled a 9 and a 10 off of 3 dice.
Mhm.
Then I rolled another 10, and then I rolled another 10.
Yeah, because
And then I
we're
rolled a 5.
using alternate rules where magic always explodes because magic is chaotic. Okay, so this is a seance in the middle of the night. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that this is going to be uncanny, because it's possible, but not. This is creepy. So Christine, congratulations, you have 1 point of paradox. Jen, congratulations, you have now a 4th point of paradox.
Quick question for you,
Yes.
though. You did say that my losing a tail was also uncanny. Did that grant me a
Oh.
point of paradox?
Yes, that would have given you 1 point of paradox.
I'm
yes.
at 5 points of paradox. Thank you.
Well, I think I'm going to wait until a narratively appropriate moment. So one moment.
fair.
Thank you. I guess I forgot to tell you at the beginning of the game there. I'll check something during the break in one moment. So as you are all wringing hands and tuning things, you'll hear from Evelyn's device, and you start chanting in Latin. Do you want me to handle the English in case he doesn't speak Latin? Oh, spirits! Oh, spirit, we know you are here. Please, Uncle Harvey, please join us. Reach out to us. Become one with our circle and show us what has happened. So say we of the magic traditions and friends, he says, casting an eye at Evelyn. Maybe you can... we call you to this circle, please. And you are chanting and calling and reaching out with your energies and reaching out with your magics and your science. And as you do, lightning strikes overhead. One of the windows will rattle, shake, and the room will become pitch black. As above the table, all of you will begin to hear the sound of a low, croaking moan. Dashwood. Murderer. I don't think that's my uncle. And I think we're going to go to break. So, folks, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And we'll see you in a second. You guys having fun?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I couldn't run a Victorian game without having a seance. It is
Yeah, no,
against the
it's great.
law. The narrative
Yeah,
police
oh,
would have
good.
put me in jail for this. So,
Absolutely.
No, that's fair.
all right. So,
And I mean, I think Evelyn is striving for whatever distraction she can because, oh my god, otherwise the consequences of what she's just done is going to fall down on top of her.
yep, that's
fair.
for later. So, folks, we're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere, and we will see you in just a moment while we go grab some extra tea and crumpets and whatever we need to continue.
I could go
See you
for
in
a
a second.
scone right now.
Hello, everybody. We're back, and this is the Let's Talk to the Chat portion. Robin, I'm sorry I can't actually just give you my jacket right now. So I'm just going to be in a vest for the rest of the game, I think, until you give him his jacket back.
I know.
So, hey, everybody. Thanks for being patient while we took that break. As was pointed out, if you were looking at the schedule, the Reign of Emrys is going to be this week on Tuesday the 10th. We were going to run it on Thursday, but a whole bunch of problems just arose. Like, people had really awful work shifts, and some people were feeling really sick. Amy is still recovering from the vaccine and is a trooper for being here tonight. But it's almost better on you, I think. I think it's just...
It's getting there, yeah.
It's a sense that, like, I don't know if anybody else had this, but like it can give you a real sense of like malaise as well, like lethargy, malaise, and like, and then my problem, which is just ridiculous.
I was so glad I didn't have your problem. I just had, I got hit fairly fast with the lethargy and just fatigue, to the point where I probably shouldn't have driven myself home from the vaccine because I got so tired so fast. And then I perked up a bit that evening, and then my next day, my boss literally told me, she's like, no, stop working, go take a nap, just, you're done. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I had to leave early too, because like and that's why, like, Christine, when we were driving back, I was like, I know, I'm just gonna drop you off home fast, because I'm feeling tired. I didn't want to like make you nervous, because like I can drive, but it was like I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the tired and the soreness. So it was
That's
like
fair. And then the day after, like a 24-hour bit of exhaustion, I was back to fine, except for a sore arm. So
So what happened to me on the first one, and pretty much what happened again on the second one, was that it hit me. I got a sore arm. It wasn't too bad. I was kind of tired, and then like 3 days later, I'm like, I can't exist anymore. Just, nope, can't do it, feel like garbage, can't sleep or sleep too much. Yep.
Yeah. So we have someone in the chat who just said that they're not anti-vax, but they are nervous of side effects. I do want to say, just in full transparency, that if you get it, your arm's gonna hurt like hell, probably, and it like it's gonna hurt a lot. Not like it's just.
Not too.
Mine was better than the first time. The first one.
same.
Did you get so who got raise your hand if you got Pfizer.
Pfizer, both times.
Raise your hand if you
both
got
times.
Moderna. I got both. And for those of you who don't know, I'm apparently allergic to something in Moderna, because I got mine, and about 20 hours after I got my vaccine, my second one, because I had Pfizer first, no problem, my arm hurt. I felt a little grumpy and a little woozy for a couple days. Like I was getting over a cold. And I got Moderna and was really like fluish. Like my arm kind of hurt. And then about like 8 or 9 the next night, I was like, oh, I feel like crap. I feel like I had a flu, basically. And I couldn't really sleep well. And I ended up like getting up and taking a bath at like 3 a.m. because I was feeling feverish and sore. And like I felt like I had a flu, right? It wasn't a big deal. And then I went back to sleep, and by 8 a.m., 9 a.m., I was fine. Like I drove Christine to work. I took the dog with us so that I could run him around, because my energy was back, and I was like, cool, this is great. I haven't taken.
You told me you could wrestle a bear.
yeah, that's what you told me too.
I feel like, because I felt like crap, and then I felt better, and then I came back, and I was gonna get a bunch of writing done, and I sat down to do that, and was like looking down at my phone, or something like this. And then suddenly the entire world was a boat in a storm. And I have had vertigo for 6 weeks now.
Yeah.
So now that went from like catastrophic vertigo, where I actually like was physically ill from it, to like, I'm right now, unless you make me turn around too quick, and then I get kind of tipsy. Like I'm like, I've had a drink kind of vertigo-y. And it's getting slowly better, but apparently I have something that I'm allergic to that affects my inner ear, but probably the right one. So I'm waiting on an MRI to make sure that it's nothing serious. But I still say get your damn vaccines.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because
I was anxious about the second one, but I'm like, no, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna complain about it and be whinge and be like, oh god, something's gonna happen. I'm still gonna do it.
Yeah, and
I'm just gonna complain about it after. I'm getting there.
I'm terrified of needles, and I was way more concerned about the first one, and actually had a moment after my first one that night where I was concerned about my breathing and whether or not it was happening, but I think it was just anxiety. And it was fine. And then my second one, my arm hurt less, but I was way more tired.
Yeah, that's what I found. Like the first time, I didn't really have many symptoms other than the sore arm, and then work was like, hey, want to lift really heavy things all day? I'm like, oh, that's great. Thanks, guys. Thanks, work.
See,
second time, not bad, but tired as fuck.
And the thing
Well,
is,
and I had sore arm the first time. I felt pretty shitty for like 2 days. And then the second time,
you got
really sore arm for a day and a half.
yeah.
And then that went away. But I slept for a day and a half. And then I had really low energy for a week. Like I would wake up feeling fine, but it was like,
Your stamina.
so my
meter was
energy
lessened.
meter was full, but it was a much shorter energy meter than usual.
Oh, it's like when your battery starts like getting lower. So it's like, yeah, it doesn't charge. It
Yeah.
charges to 100%, but the 100% is like 80% of its original or something.
Well, and it
It's-
felt
it's-
normal to me in the morning.
Yeah.
But by midday, I would have to sleep.
Mhm.
Like,
Christine
so
was
I
my
ended up
PlayStation
actually
4
managing to
controller
work from
that burns
home.
out after 2 hours.
Ah,
I was able to work from home for the first couple days of that week,
Mm.
which was great because I could use my lunch break to go have a nap.
Right?
Fair.
Working from home is great for that reason. I do want to say though that regardless, like, please get your vaccine because it helps everybody. And even if you are one of the 0.008, I think, percent of people that have like symptoms like I do, I'm living with this. It's been 6 weeks. I would much rather have this because the idea of not being able to breathe is much scarier to me.
Yeah.
There is suffocation is probably one of my big ones that freak me out because I enjoy that. That feels good. And I would much rather have.
Well, and that's the thing is,
Yeah.
for me at least, like, yes, there could be vaccine side effects, but they're very, very rare. Whereas the chances of you getting COVID unvaccinated and getting a severe form of it
Mhm.
and ending up with lung damage, heart damage, liver damage, unknown brain damage, etc.
I
Like
believe reproductive damage as well has been
reproductive
reported.
damage apparently as well, all that sort of stuff in my 30s is much scarier than having a potential side effect from a vaccine, which most of them is low enough chances that it's actually fairly similar to a lot of other medications and vaccines.
Yep. But
So-
yeah,
Custom Blink is reminding us all to take a deep breath.
Yeah.
I
Spend
like-
channel points.
I like
Yes.
Custom Blink. I like Custom Blink. They seem like a cool person. So everybody just be careful, be safe, and use hand sanitizer everywhere you go
Wash your
because we've talked about this during a couple of breaks. How, like, you know what I really want and will probably not go to again for a long time? A buffet. I would love to go to like one of the fairy buffets or to like a nice Chinese buffet, like a Szechuan place.
I still can't eat at buffets, so it's
Oh
just
yeah, because
like-
you're allergic to some of the food.
Well, it's just that I'd have to know what's in them, and it's not even that I'm
Mm.
allergic. It's that my digestive system just mostly hates eggs, and eggs are in everything.
that's true.
Why are
made-
eggs in
I made it a lot of
everything?
egg.
Mm. Yeah.
I mean,
know,
I don't really want to do buffet because I mean, you talk about the fairy buffet, and I'm like,
It's fine.
Meh.
Nah.
the times I've had
Give
it,
me
it's
a
been like,
crispy chicken crunch burger on the fair.
No,
Okay.
no. The one it is we go to that Chinese Japanese place again, where you have the menu of you tick off how many plates of
Well,
something you want,
Except it's gone.
and it just keeps coming, sort of thing.
Yeah.
I like
That place is gone. It didn't survive.
That's fair.
Aw.
I mean, it was never that busy, so I'm not surprised
Yeah, I
it
was
didn't
surprised.
survive.
I assumed that they were like I was assuming they were doing illicit activities to stay open. To be honest, like it's you've been to those restaurants where you're in there and you're like, they're money laundering. I'm pretty sure they're money laundering, but the food's good.
You also get the places though that have obviously min-maxed their stats, and their decor and their everything is like at a 1, but their
Oh, yeah.
food is at a 5, and you're like,
yeah.
this is
And
why
then you
they're
find the
open.
ones that are the reverse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are the depressing ones where it's like you pay like $100 for like a meal somewhere and you're like, this place is really pretty. This food, I feel like the chef just like threw it at my face out of the fridge. Like, it's just awful.
Yeah. I mean, I've had food thrown at me in a nice restaurant, so that's
Have you?
always
Ew.
fun. When my mom and I were in when we were in Europe when I was a teenager, we went to this restaurant in Barcelona with our tour group. And the tour guide specifically was like, hey, just to warn you guys, like, this meal's included, but our company's trying to break the contract with the restaurant because everything is terrible and they're not living up to the contract. and so they're mad at us, but we still have to go. So just be aware of that. And so they served us like cold salmon and would just throw plates down on the table. We passed a dessert cart filled with like amazing desserts on our way in. And our dessert was a very tiny slice of Neapolitan ice cream.
This reminds me, so I went on a field school a few years ago when I was doing my master's, and it was an undergrad graduate field school combined. Awful experience for many reasons. Mostly you just don't mix undergrads and grads on a trip.
Yeah, fair.
But at the very end of it, there was a big culmination dinner like that, where we went to this fancy restaurant in Krakow, I think it was, and it was like $100 a head off of our like enrollment fee for the field school.
Mm-hmm.
I would have rather spent that money at McDonald's. Like the food was okay, but the prices were so inflated that with what you got out of it, like a bunch of us were like, wow, we feel like real ingrates at the moment, but we also paid for this. And I have the menu somewhere. I saved it because I was that mad at it. Just for future, when I look back, I'd be like, oh yeah, that was shit. And like the dessert was really bad, and like
I seem to recall you texted me almost immediately up that steak was disgusting.
Oh, that's right, because we got steak and it was charred. It was fully gray down the middle.
Yeah.
Like it was a Polish high fancy restaurant and they didn't know how to cook steak, and I'm like, what the hell, man? I know you have a fire-breathing dragon statue around the corner, but like did it cook it?
Yeah, like this place I went to was I think my salmon was just like old and tough and really thin and
I hate this.
not great.
I don't want to think about
salmon
this.
named Sal.
Right. And then my mom's was like a thicker, nicer looking piece that had obviously been frozen before and they hadn't completely thawed it out or cooked it. So it was just ice in the middle.
Salmon à la frozen, à la glace.
Yeah.
Something like that. Oh, it's awful.
The entire tour group like went out on the town afterwards and we're like, real food.
Okay, so I'm going to start wrapping this up because Robin is being a wonderful producer and is sending me messages saying, hey, you said 10 minutes. Because we're trying to keep these sections a little tighter so that we don't go out on these long tangents, as I am wont to do as a storyteller.
As we all are.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I'm the worst.
And several of us have ADHD. And...
Are you though? Are you the worst?
In many realms.
No.
So, a couple of things that I just wanted to rattle off real quick for all of you. First off, if you want to go away, this is the spiel. Hi, if you like what we do here at Dork Tales, be sure to give us a follow and give us a sub over on YouTube. Also, if you'd like to support the channel in ways that keep me fed, although... like looking at how I look in this vest right now, I probably don't need that as much. Be sure to drop us some subs down in here, or you can support directly on patreon.com/dorktales. The channel is always going to be free, but you might get some additional perks and some bonuses that will be released a bit early for you. We also have some great content coming up in August and September, and I'm really excited about it. In fact, I have to work on a lot of it tomorrow, as well as if you're in our Discord, which you should all be in the Discord. You got, in the spoiler section, you got an advance notice of something that we filmed for you last night. Because Christine and I are going away for a week, which means there's no Dork Tales content between the 11th and the 19th. So we're going away for about 8 days. 8 or 9, I guess it's 9 technically. But that doesn't mean you might not get some stuff. Who knows what'll happen? It's a strange place. With that, I also want to suggest that if you do have any money and are wondering whether or not to give it to Dork Tales or to give it to charity, we are charity cases, but quick reminder, we are actually going to be literal charity cases on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, where we are hosting our own Extra Life Tabletop Appreciation Weekend, where all of us are raising money for the BC Children's Hospital through the Children's Miracle Network. Every dollar that you spend there does not go to us. It is going to go directly to children in need inside of British Columbia. Last year, we were able to raise $15,000. This year, we're trying to break 20, and we need your help for that. In return, what we're going to do is we're going to run a total of 11 games over 3 days. Yeah, so that's 3 the first day and 4 on day 2 and 3. And I am running 2 of them. Robin's running one, Amy's running one, Michael's running one, James is going to run one. Like, a lot of us are going to be running games. You get to see different people run, and you get to donate stuff that will affect the outcome of what happens. And I definitely suggest that you stick around, because there are also going to be prizes for those of you who show up and donate. Because a bunch of companies have been very, very kind to us and have given us things like PDFs. If you like the game, you might get a free copy of it. So it's going to be a great time. Even if you don't have any money, that is tax deductible. If you are in the US or Canada, it is tax deductible for sure. Check outside of there. It goes to a good cause. And even just having you in the chat and being encouraging and happy and enjoying the games is really important to us, because it is... helps build the momentum, right? It is going to be fantastic, and I am running a sort of sequel game to my last crazy game, which is going to be fun. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you very much for tuning in to Mage the Ascension, the Victorian Age. I hope that you're enjoying yourself. We've got a few more games this week that I hope you tune into. On Monday night, we are having the finale of Rime of the Frostmaiden, where we're doing our post-mortem. Episode 40, we have done it. We completed the campaign, and we're going to talk about what we liked, what we loved, what we didn't love so much, and what we would change if we had to do it again. It'll be a good way to give that game a send-off before we prepare for its replacement, Wild Beyond the Witchlight. And I gotta say, the art that we have coming for that, for the characters, is so good. It is so good.
I got my art this morning.
Yeah, Robin's is completely done, and it's fantastic. It's a game about the Feywild and carnivals and stuff, and I got to finish my costume for that.
Oh, and I may be getting custom horns done from Steve.
From Stu. Stu, stop making us horny. Or keep making us horny. Make me horny. Make me horny too. And then the last thing is on Tuesday, because, like I said before, a bunch of us were out of sorts on last Thursday, which was already moved from Friday. The finale of Act 2 of Reign of Emrys is going to be on Tuesday night. Be sure to catch that. It's going to be the last game before the break, and it is going to be an exciting one. I am very pleased to see the way the plot is developed and the way the characters are developing, and I think you're really going to like some of the twists I have in store for you. Besides that, I guess the last things that I have to say is that I'm really excited to have you all here. August is a pretty quiet month for us, as we're going down to 3 to 4 games a week only. But as we amp up again after Extra Life, you are going to be seeing a bunch of new content here. Everything from Deadlands, which is Undead Cowboys, well, Undead and Cowboys. Call of Cthulhu is going to have a brief run on Monday nights while we're waiting for Wild Beyond the Witchlight. And we're even getting into some Vampire the Requiem in October. So there's always going to be stuff for you here. Hope you enjoy it. I think that's everything, right? Like, that's all I need to say?
I think that's
so.
good. I think we're covered.
Yeah.
Okay,
We need to summon a ghost or finish
cool.
summoning
Summon a ghost.
Let's
Yep.
go. Let's go.
Ghost.
Quiet, he
I'm sorry.
says. When did I say quiet?
August is quiet.
August is a quiet month with
August
Extra
is-
Life?
okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Last thing before we go in. August is a quiet month because I actually have space between dates when I was making the calendar. I was like, oh, it's only August 6th and I already have up to September. It used to be I'd have to do 2 schedules a month over the last 4 months because I was running 5 to 7 days a week. And those weeks tend to go against each other, which actually means that I'm running 14 days in a row some weeks. I don't want to do that anymore. I want to run better games more often. Or less often.
Good.
Better games.
Like this one.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
right?
We support
And-
this.
Well, and guys, I gotta be honest with you. I really enjoy Mage.
Is that a
And
secret?
I just got notice that I had some books sent out by mail.
Uh-huh.
3 copies of them, in fact, of a certain book. And I already have a black suit. So anyway, but who knows what's going to happen in the near future. With that, let's all stretch our necks. Oh, spine popped.
I can't do that.
My
Yeah, I
neck
wish
just
I could
cracks.
stretch my neck, my shoulders and neck
My wig would probably shift.
and back. You want to come, like, step on my back, Kelly?
I mean, if you come over tomorrow for a bit, I'll crack your back. I'm an unlicensed chiropractor.
Don't say that on the internet.
No.
Unlicensed. I am not a licensed chiropractor. I can say that on the internet.
I know.
It's better to phrase it that way.
That's a better way.
I'm an unlicensed. That's the same thing. Same thing. You know what I am though? I am a licensed storyteller. Licensed to thrill. Okay. Or to grill. Oh God, I need dinner after this. Okay. So, and lunch. It's been a long day. All right, folks, we're going to head back into game right now. Thank you so much for hanging out and chatting with us for the past 20 minutes. I'll get better at being quicker, but I wanted to say all that stuff before we wrap. And with that, let us head back into the action. Let's see. It's dark and stormy. And where's my horror sound effect? There it is. All right. Welcome back to Mage the Ascension, the Victorian Age. Where last we left, the characters had assembled around a table, summoning ancient, or maybe not so ancient, ghosts from beyond the grave, reaching out beyond the veil. And as they did, the lights shut off. A cold wind blew through the room and snuffed all of the candles around the large circular table that the characters found themselves at. And in the darkness, a spectral voice spoke out to you all. Dashwood. A high-pitched, cockney voice. Murderers. In the center of the table, you see a pool of blood begin to form, dripping from nowhere above. A rain of blood slowly pat, 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 pat. It screams loud and piercing, and you are going to see the windows of the study around you begin to crack and splinter as this high-pitched wail goes out. I would like everyone inside of this area to please make me a stamina roll. Difficulty 6. This is a soak roll.
I rolled 3 9s.
You are fine.
Difficulty what? Sorry, 6?
Difficulty 6.
Whew, I'm good.
I
2
rolled
successes.
a 1, so that's 1 success.
You rolled a 1?
I rolled a 1 and then a 6 and an 8, so
Oh.
cancels 1 out. So yeah.
That sounds good. So you have 2 successes, 1 success. All right, you are all fine. Teddy is fine as well. If you got 1 success, there will be a slight ringing in your ears, but you are not deafened by the shriek. You are going to see a swirl of ectoplasmic energy above you, and then as the candles snuff out, this swirling mass of ectoplasmic force is going to shriek and streak out into the Great Hall. I think we did it.
What have we done?
Yes.
Does someone have
Was
a
it-
match?
Supposed to
Yeah.
go.
I'll reach into my
yes.
bag. Later match.
As you light a match, I would like everyone here to make me a perception and alertness roll.
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty is only going to be 6, actually.
1 success.
1 success.
1 success. Teddy
4.
failed.
3.
4. And what'd you get, Chastity? 1. Okay. Josephine, you're going to notice this first. Glancing down, you are going to see that the blood pool in the center of the table is still present. But it's not just present, it has been shaped. It's smeared as if fingers, no larger than your own, pushed down into it. And it spells a giant, stylized, Gothic font A. All of you will notice this as Josephine looks down and brings attention to it, except for Teddy, who looks out. It sounded like a woman. My uncle wasn't a woman, was he? No judgment. No.
What?
Teddy,
What,
gonna-
what is the significance of I mean?
It's the first letter of the alphabet.
is there any notable people in your family who have an A for a first letter? Or a last name?
My father's name was Albert.
Does someone have something against your father?
I'm not sure. Can I get anyone here who has points in academics? You could make me an intelligence plus academics roll.
Yes,
Nice.
Sweet, I can do that.
Only make this roll if you are up on pop culture.
Would I be? I think yes.
Pop culture being the past 50 years.
I've been learning things.
Darcie
general
has,
events,
yeah.
right?
Actually, Jen, I'm going to say that you can do this, but you're going to be at a difficulty of 7, whereas everyone else
Okay.
is going to be at a difficulty of 6.
I can do that.
Just because I'm not sure if you would have picked this up.
So I don't get anything if you said it was difficulty of 6 because I got a 10 and a 1.
Okay.
Unless
Wait,
the 10
wait,
counts
wait,
as
wait,
2.
It does not unless you have specialty.
It was
Yeah, no,
intelligence
not
and academics. You said?
Yes.
Okay. 2 successes.
2 successes.
3
3. Okay. So
at 7 at difficulty 7.
Oh, that's great. So glancing down, this is one of the rare books that you actually picked up aside from Treasure Island while you were down here. You didn't finish it, but all of you know what this is. It's a letter A. In Scarlet Blood. That book was published about 40-something years ago. Was quite popular for a while. It was set in puritanical times, which is probably why Chastity never read it. Because, yes.
I had actually written it as her least favorite book in my survey initially.
Okay, perfect.
So she might
Perfect.
know it, but might have slipped her mind for the moment because what's the context here?
Oh, Scarlet Letter.
What?
It was a book. We read it for school.
It's one of the books that I didn't finish it, but I did read most of it.
Okay, so
Why would that be here? What's the context? That doesn't make any sense.
Adulterer? Was your father or someone in your family known for?
Maybe your uncle's mistress was killed.
that sounds much more likely than my father. Okay, so is that all that this is, or what is it?
Might be unfinished business of ending the Dashwood line.
Well, hell, I'm part of the Dashwood line.
Yeah.
Which means
Was
you're
your
in
uncle
danger. Dear
Oh,
Teddy.
great. Fuck me. He's going to say. And at that, I would like everyone to make me a dexterity and athletics roll.
Evelyn is gonna look a little shocked at his language too.
So with no athletics, I'm just rolling dex.
You're just rolling
Yeah.
dex, yeah.
Okay.
What's the difficulty?
Does this
Difficulty 6.
does this involve trying to keep my feet?
No, I'm going to say it doesn't.
Okay.
Nope.
3 successes.
I was wondering, Kelly, because I had vigorous for strength. Could I roll that instead of dex?
No.
Okay.
Not for this, but you will be able to use it in the near future. So this is more like getting out of the way.
Okay, cool. Ooh.
2 successes.
Yeah.
Okay. 3 successes. Evelyn?
3.
3 successes. And Chastity.
Big ol' none. I rolled
Okay.
2 2s.
So there is going to be another one of those ethereal screams, and suddenly the table beneath you is going to rattle for a second, enough that the three of you, Josephine, Evelyn, and Darcie, are going to like surge back from your seats, standing up. However, the table is going to sweep up in a violent arc, slamming into the ceiling above and exploding. And as it does so, it is going to catch Teddy by the jaw and Chastity by the side of the head as she's kind of turned around. And each one of you, I need you to make me a stamina roll, please. Okay.
What's the...
It's always difficulty 6 for stamina, unless I tell you otherwise.
Okay, cool. Always 6. Okay, so I got one
soak.
success then.
One success. Okay, so you're going to be banged around but not hurt. Teddy's going to take a point of bashing damage as it like smashes his teeth together and throws his head back. He's going to stumble to the ground and... Oh! The table is going to shatter and rain down on all of you. What do you do?
Well, fuck.
Josephine's gonna go for her carpet bag and pull out a length of rope that she's gonna start unweaving as I want to do a kinetic shield.
Okay, that sounds fantastic. So this is going to be a kinetic shield. That's the way that you do it. Do you think it's uncanny? Things are going to like just bounce off of you, right?
They're basically just gonna bounce off of me. So yeah, it's probably uncanny.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So you are...
Most of my magic is uncanny.
That's fair. So you're going to be doing this at a difficulty of you have no effects up at the moment, aside from spirit talking. So this is going to be at difficulty of 4, 6. So difficulty 6. And do you have anything that would lower that?
This is my specialty focus. Specialty
the
forces. The rope in specific.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm weaving it together as if it were a shield.
Sounds good. So it's going to be a difficulty of 5 then.
3 successes.
3 successes. All right. So let's put 1 into duration so that it'll last until the end of the encounter, and then 2 into strength.
I meant to do that.
That's totally fine. Okay, which is perfect timing because as you do that, what is everyone else doing? Real quick.
I was wondering if I could try to also do my arrest of flight of arrows to also give myself some sort of shield. Yeah, basically. Okay,
same thing. You can, and Chastity, what are you saying?
Is the other bottle of wine still on the cat table somewhere, or like somewhere?
It is on the floor over by the chairs that you had pulled over.
She's gonna go and try and see if it's still okay, because if it is, she's gonna try and use that to help her with a mind shield.
Okay, yeah, it hasn't even been opened yet. You guys never got around to it. So, what we are going
so she's just going over there.
What we're gonna do, and Evelyn?
Evelyn's just gonna crawl into the table for a shield.
Oh, the table exploded on the ceiling.
Oh, it did?
Okay. However, this is the study, so I'm going to say that there is a grand piano nearby.
Okay. She's gonna sit under there and try and, think.
Would there be a grand piano? There'd be at the very least.
Not in a study.
Then there'd be another. There's another.
Probably
table.
another desk.
Yeah. There'd be an actual desk, probably.
Actually, there will be a desk at the front of the room, so you could crawl under that. It's one of those giant desks, like the kind where bankers who foreclose on houses sit.
I'm gonna try and get under there and look around and just kind of look to see if I can see anything, and if I can make any mental leaps of something I could do.
Sounds good.
For the situation?
So what I'm going to have is Darcie. You're going to give me a difficulty 5 arrest of flight of arrows because you're using your are you using your mother's spell book as a focus as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be difficulty 5 for you. Oh, pardon me. It's going to be difficulty moon phase. You're going to be at difficulty 3 for this.
Okay.
Because you got to remember your conditional magic.
Yeah. I was gonna do that.
Okay, that's going to be a point of paradox for uncanny. So go ahead and do that. You want at least 3 successes.
Okay.
Amy, for you were going to do a mind shield.
She's thinking about it. Yeah. Okay. Just to check, she's a little worried about possession. Not sure if mind would help against that.
It would prevent mental effects and emotional effects. Would not prevent it. It would not prevent full possession.
Okay, well, that still seems like a decent idea to do then. So yeah, she's gonna clamber on the floor over to where this thing is and get it. Yeah.
And Robin, I just realized that your difficulty would actually be 4, if that matters. Because
I rolled 5s and above.
Okay, so do you want to put the extra success into power or duration?
I would like to put it into power.
Okay, so you're at 3 for the remainder of the encounter. And then Amy, So you got 4 successes there, Robin, so that's 3 power. Okay, let me know when something happens. Amy, I would like you to make me a very similar roll. Do you have a specialized focus? Is this prayer? Is your
I
mind?
don't think... Mine, I think, is a weird mix between the two. I think she uses prayer and uses, like, vices for it.
Okay.
So I think, because I feel like her just, like, swigging back from a bottle of wine has a kind of combination there.
Okay, so this is not a rote that you have, so you're going to be fast casting in a hurry. So what I want you to do is give this to me. This is actually going to be elegant.
Elegant? Okay.
Because mind shields are super elegant.
Oh.
Mind
I do have a rote for mind shield.
Oh, you do have a rote for mind shield?
I
Okay,
do.
cool. So give me this at difficulty of difficulty +1, difficulty of 6.
Difficulty of 6?
Yeah.
So I'm rolling my arete. Difficulty 6.
I think it's difficulty 6. Let me check. Well, yeah, +1 for fast casting.
Fuck. I got a 7 and 2 1s.
Okay. Well, you didn't botch because we're not using the negative botch roll, which is nice.
Nice.
So you are going to rush forward, grab the bottle of wine, rip the cork out of it, and just start chugging it.
Fortify yourself.
You're going to fortify yourself, and I'm going to spend
Fuck.
something to... can you do me a favor and make me a stamina roll, please?
Okay. It's normally a 6 for soak. Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah.
2 successes then.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, just saying something in chat real quick. You up in the bottle and begin to guzzle down. This was the bottle of the Cab Sauv, and as you are guzzling it down, it is rich and delicious. And as you are swallowing your third mouthful, it turns to blood. It begins dribbling down your cheeks. You manage to get like a full swallow of human blood.
Oh, fuck.
You do not vomit from it, but blood is dribbling down the sides of your mouth.
And she's spitting it out as much as she can.
Okay. You can choose to try to vomit if you would like. Evelyn, what are you doing? You were looking around, so I want you to make me a wits and alertness or wits and awareness roll to see if there's anything that strikes you.
Okay. They are actually both the same, so...
Okay, sounds good.
What's my difficulty?
Difficulty is going to be, you're in the heat of the moment, so I'm going to say difficulty 7. And if you succeed, I'll give you a detail about the scene that could be useful.
1.
1?
Yeah.
All right, so
technically I got 2, but then I also got a 1.
You duck under the table, and it is a fantastic thing that you did, because I need everyone else here. You can go ahead and make me a Dex and Athletics roll, if you would like, as the, I think I said there were about 40 books in here?
Oh.
They begin launching off the shelves like bullets. So I need a Dex and dodge roll. Evelyn, you're going to be immune to this, because they're going to start slamming into the desk. You picked the one place they weren't about to hit, so congrats.
2 dice, let's go.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good.
What difficulty?
So it's
6?
difficulty 6, and I'm going to go through with my attack rolls for each of you. Okay, so I'm going to start with Darcie. Darcie, that is... Tell me how many you got.
0, baby.
Cool. I got 5 successes. Oh, pardon me, 6 successes to hit you.
Yikes.
Okay, so let me just take a note real quick. Okay. Jen. Oh, that was lucky. I rolled a lot of 1s.
I got 4 successes.
Okay. So you are going
we
to
trade,
die.
Josephine?
No.
Josephine's MVP. And Chastity.
I got 2 successes.
2 successes. Okay, you are actually going to just barely dive out of the way as one of these books strikes out at you. Ooh, and hold on, I gotta roll for Teddy. Oh, cool. Actually, oh no, that's Teddy is gonna get hit for 3 successes.
I have a question.
Yes, one. What is it, real quick?
Oh, just, is this everyone in the room, or is, like, unconscious Amelia here, or did we put her away somewhere?
She is on a divan at the back of the room resting.
Okay, cool. Just in case.
Yep, 1 sec. So, Teddy is going to need to roll. Let's see, these books are projectiles, so they have 2 dice plus strength. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Teddy has okay stamina. Nope. Okay. Teddy's going to take 5 points of bashing damage as a book launches across the room and he gets Bibled right in the forehead. And he is going to just like turn and and he's going to just like hit the ground hard. Darcie, it is your turn. So I got 6 successes over you, which means that I roll an additional 5 dice of damage.
Does my shield have any help with this?
It does, actually. So the mechanics for your shield are that it's an it's 2 points of armor per success, right?
Uno momento, por favor. Successes subtracted from the successes rolled to hit the subject with a missile weapon, from a thrown rock to an arrow.
Is it rolled to hit?
Yeah, rolled to hit the subject.
Okay, so yours is not armor, yours is avoidance. So, and you got how many? So you got 3. So that actually means that I'm going to hit you with, so I got 6 successes. I actually got 3 successes against you.
Okay.
So in that case, I have to re-roll my dice pool. Because I am only trying to hit you with, okay, I need you to make me a stamina roll, please.
Okay.
Okay.
A difficulty of 6, I assume?
Difficulty 6, yeah.
Sweet, that's 3.
3, okay. So you are going to get caught right in the center of your chest by this book. It hits you on the flat surface, though, and it slows down as it fires toward you. A bit of ethereal energy will cushion its blow as it strikes you in the chest and falls to the ground. And you're stunned for half a second from the impact right on your breastbone, but you're okay. No damage at all. Okay. What is everybody? So as this is happening, Evelyn, you are watching book after book fire off of the shelves, and in the dimness of the room, you are just barely going to make out by moonlight. That is, actually, there's very little moonlight because it's raining, but the lantern on the floor still is casting a bit of light as you look up, and you are going to start noticing the book covers. Teddy got taken out by a Bible. That was War and Peace that almost took out. Actually, I gotta double check that that's time period. But Darcie almost gets taken out by a. You know what? Darcie almost gets taken out by Faust. Because I know that one was published by then. And just several ledger books fire off the shelves. You know what book you don't see? The Scarlet Letter. As the books finish flying off the shelves toward your friends, that is none of the books that's on the floor, and that's what you will notice with your success.
I'm gonna pop up to just see if that book is even in this room.
Okay, so we are going to see what else everybody is going to do. Can you give me a wits and investigation roll? To quickly look, I would also allow wits and academics for quick cross-referencing.
I would prefer academics, please.
I will allow you to do that. So while Evelyn is scanning the shelves and like tearing through the books on the floor, what is everyone else doing?
Darcie's gonna run over to Teddy, and she would like to heal him.
That sounds fantastic. All right, how does she do this?
So she's gonna quickly, she's gonna flip open her mother's Book of Shadows, and then she's gonna reach into her purse quickly, and she's gonna just start grabbing different vials and different bird bones, and she's just gonna start kind of scattering them around him quickly, and she's gonna just start chanting in Celtic.
Sounds good. All right, so I'm gonna hop back to Christine for her successes. Christine, how'd you do?
Well, what's my difficulty?
Difficulty of this is going to be, it's pretty messy actually, so I'm gonna say difficulty 7.
Okay. 5.
Okay. So I'm gonna cut back to you in 1 sec. Robin, I would like you to roll Darcie's Arete, and your difficulty is going to be, this is going to be uncanny because you're healing someone with magic, but witchcraft does heal people. So this is going to be a difficulty of 3
Okay.
because of your conditional magic.
Yeah.
Actually, pardon me, this would be difficulty of 4.
Okay. That's 3 successes, so that's gonna heal 6 levels of bashing on him.
Okay, that is enough to bring him back to consciousness as he... Oh, Bible! Josephine and Chastity, what are you two doing?
Once I finish my my shield and dodge a bunch of books, I'm probably just going to like hold out my hands and be like, "Hey, whore, come at me!"
Okay, Chastity, are you doing anything?
Jassie's spitting blood out and trying to crawl, stay low to try and avoid these projectiles and try to get over to, if she sees that Teddy's all right, she's gonna go and try and hide by Amelia.
Okay, that sounds good. And as you are looking around, Evelyn, no, it's not here. That book does not exist in this study. It's a pretty small amount of books here, though. 5 successes. You looking around would say that this looks like just like a personal reading study. A house like this probably has a room dedicated to books. There's probably a library here.
She's gonna stride over, get in Teddy's face, and go, "Where's the library?"
Second floor, on the right above the stairs, on the left. Josephine, that's gonna twig in your head as you yell, "Come here, whore."
Yeah.
That's the door right across from where the banister's broken that he just described. However, Chastity, you take shelter over by the divan at the back left of the room, near where Amelia is unconscious, and you're going to feel a hand on your shoulder. What's going on? And Amelia's going to stand up, look around, and is going to grab a table leg and charge at Josephine. Josephine, you may please give me a dex and athletics roll if you would like. And I'm going to give you a bat roll. And I'm going to spend a hurt them more. Because I have one.
Let's dance.
Oh, God. Well, you have so is your shield inertia dampening, or is it anti-successes?
It's anti-successes.
Okay. I'm going to take these 10s as is. Okay, so that's 1, 2. Okay, how many? 5?
Yeah.
I got 6. So she is going to swing wide with one of the legs of the table and is going to struggle against your shield and is going to finally push through it with a cacophonous sound. It is going to hit against your left shoulder. And I need you to make me a stamina roll, please. That is, my strength is temporarily that, and it is a table leg. Okay.
2 successes.
2 successes. Okay. It's gonna hurt like hell, but you're gonna soak the impact as you feel your shoulder just completely chunk in. I only did 2 points of damage, so you are going to absorb it. And she is right in your face right now. Her eyes have rolled back, and she is completely white-eyed. Nothing but whites flickering around. Her mouth is lulled open an extra 3 inches past what it should be, as her jaw descends toward her chest. And Chastity, you have not acted this round, so we're not really in initiative phases because ghosts.
That's fair.
So what would you like to do?
Chastity is going to say something like, "I'm not meant for this kind of action," and she's gonna literally try and do a tackle takedown of her friend.
Sounds good. Give me a strength and athletics roll.
I have no athletics. It is a strength roll.
A strength roll it is.
That's it. I'm gonna spend a willpower.
Yeah.
So that will give me 1 success at least. I'm not expecting this to work. I have a 9 and a 6.
9 and a 6. All right, you are going to lunge forward and tackle into her, but it's like she's rooted into the ground. You are going to wrap your arms around her fairly trim waist, and she is going to
Cling.
Look
Wait,
down at you, and
drop.
this horrible face is going to look down at you, or you're going to see like blackness start to ooze out of her eye sockets.
I'm sorry we abducted you.
Dashwood. All right, who would like to act now? So Chastity is wrapped around. Teddy is on the ground. Just told you where the library is.
Evelyn, I think, is going to start heading to the library because the sooner we can solve this, the sooner we can fix it.
Okay. Sounds good. So you begin racing off. You're going to round the stairs and start taking them up. I want you to do me a favor.
Hiking my skirts up so that I don't trip.
Doop, 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 doop. Well, it's almost like the runner on the stairwell is suddenly going to lurch out of its fixed nails and is going to try to wrap around you as you're rushing up. I want you to do me a favor and make me a Dex and Athletics roll.
Okay.
This is going to be a difficulty of how high are your heels?
Not very high.
Okay,
Like, there
7.
would just be walking boots.
Then
So probably at my
it'll be
most
7. Go,
range.
running upstairs, trying to avoid a carpet strangling you. It's going to be difficulty 7. You may spend willpower. How'd you do?
All successes. I rolled 4 8s and a 9.
Holy shit. Okay, so
So-
this carpet tries to wrap
Or
around
3
you.
8s and a 9.
But you are going to duck out of it. It is going to knock some of your hair out of its bun. Do not do that. I know you spent a long time on that wig.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
So a little bit of hair is going to get pulled out of your bun, and one of your hairpins is going to tangle. It's going to go ting 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 down the stairwell. But you're going to be able to duck and continue moving. You'll get to the top of the stairs. Josephine, what are you doing? She's right in front of you.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this, and it's gonna depend or make the decision of what I'm gonna do. But I don't think I have enough, even if I combine like spirit and prime, to try and push the spirit out of her body.
Okay.
I think I need more spirit, but
Yeah, this is a fun one. So,
just I want to punch it out of her.
well, technically,
Just wrap your fist in spirit and just.
So she doesn't have enough spirit to do that. What you do have enough to do, though, is technically with Prime, you could hit this person on every level of existence, including the spiritual plane. So you'd hit both of them, but you'd hit one of them with aggravated damage. You'd hit both with ag.
This is true.
So you could do that. I might even be nice and allow it to do aggravated damage only to the spirit and only lethal damage to the other one, if you employ spirit.
Okay.
Or you can use forces to clock her over the head and just knock her out. Or telekinesis to hold her still.
I mean, fair.
Or you
but
could do lethal damage to her.
No, I wanna try and knock the spirit out of her because I want to fight the spirit.
Okay, that sounds good. So, do you have Prime 3?
I do not.
Okay, so this is going to be a Prime 2 single-use effect. You're going to spend a point of quintessence to make it happen. This is going to be... you're literally doing a Prime punch. So I'm going to say... How do you do this? It means something completely different in Mage.
Oh, yeah. How would she...
Wrap the rope around your fist?
Except it's my forces instrument. No, I think I will. I think I'll wrap the rope around around my hand, around my fist, just because it gives me a connection to my magic in general.
Okay.
And then in Latin, I'm just gonna shout "ad undus," which is to the waves or to hell, and just punch her in the back of the head.
Okay. So this is going to be a twofold roll. So first, I want you to make me a Dex and Brawl roll, or you're she's being clinched right now, so I'd allow Strength and Brawl if that's preferable for you.
Dex is better.
Okay. So she is going to try to move out of the way at a higher difficulty, and that is a fail.
Nice.
So, first of all, we need to find out if you connect.
I do. Two
Okay,
successes.
2 successes. All right. So, now we're going to roll your magic. And that is going to be... question, do you think that this is catastrophic, or do you think this is just uncanny? You're summoning holy energy and punching a ghost out of someone.
True, but it is kind of the witching hour. Weird shit's happening. We just did a seance.
I'll allow it as uncanny.
Cool.
So
yeah.
That's going to be 1 point of paradox then.
Yeah.
And
Here's the question: has mine gone off, or is it still adding?
it's still adding.
Because my connect shield was also uncanny, so that's another. So I'd be at 7 points.
I just wrote down 7 actually, so that's
Cool.
good. And guess what? It's
Good.
about to go off.
Yay!
Yay! So your difficulty is it's uncanny plus
Okay.
prime 2. Are you adding spirit 1 in as well?
Yeah, because I'm trying to actually hit the spirit.
Okay, so you're at difficulty 7,
Okay.
and you are not using forces, so your unique or your specialized instrument doesn't really matter. You're fast casting in a hurry, so it's gonna be difficulty 8.
Okay. And I spent a quintessence to do the thing.
To do it, yeah. at all.
I'm going to spend 2 more quintessence.
Okay, difficulty 6.
Yep. And I'm going to spend a willpower.
Okay.
Spend all the things.
Spend all the things. That's what it's here for.
Whew. With the willpower, that is 2 successes.
2 successes. Okay, so I want you also to roll, because I'm using the full rules for damage to make this a little more cinematic and unawful.
Yeah.
Roll your strength plus 1.
Okay. Difficulty 6.
Difficulty 6.
Can I reroll 10s?
No, not unless you have a strength specialty.
Okay. 2.
2. I guess we should talk about whether or not damage explodes. Well, not unless you have a specialty. You said so 2?
That makes sense. Yeah, 2 successes.
Okay, so it's going to be 2 plus... Okay, you are going to deal 6 levels of aggravated damage to the ghost and 6 levels of lethal damage to the girl. As you wrap this around your fist, and as she snarls down at Chastity, you're going to crack her in the back of the head hard enough that her skull splits. And this... What's that?
I said, oops.
And the spirit is going to shriek and fly out of her, like just emerging from her mouth. And here we go. Holy fuck. Okay, so Jen, you have 1 point of paradox now.
Okay.
You just took 14 points. I rolled 3 10s. So hold on. 2, 4, 6,
Okay.
9 points of paradox. My bad. Okay. Let's see in Victorian Age what that does, because this is the first time we've done the straights.
So
Hey,
what
guys.
happened? So can you explain what's going on? Because I have no idea. Why did you roll dice? For
I'm about to tell you, so just
Okay,
trust me.
cool,
I'll
cool.
take the wheel.
Sweet.
So this is going to. Oh God, I haven't done paradox like this in so long. It's so good.
He rolls a number of dice based on how many points you gathered.
Yeah.
And then the number of
Okay.
successes determines how bad it is.
Ah, okay.
Yep. So in addition to that, you are going to take. Oh boy. You are going to. Oh, they changed it to M20, so it's not auto successes. So, first of all, you are going to immediately suffer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to subtract those because those are 1s. Are we doing 1s off of damage successes? I think we weren't, right?
Can't remember.
I'm gonna say we're gonna ignore that for this round. Paradox damage in my games, I'm pretty sure in the core, is unsoakable because it's reality just messing you up.
Yep.
Jen, you're gonna take 7 points of bashing damage.
Oof.
And a burn of 1 dice per. Okay. and you are going to. I'm going to use the old system here. So there is going to be an explosion of energy as she surges out of the body. As you crank her in the back of the head, her scream erupts as she flies through the ceiling and into the second floor. This is going to hurl you backward 30 feet into the bookshelf. And you are going to just crank your head, snapping one of the wooden shelves. You are going to...
Quick question when recording damage.
Slash. But yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going down the chart in bashing. Do I do the incapacitated box before I loop back around?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you're knocked out. You can roll stamina to stay up.
Cool. Okay.
But you are basically out, and what I'm gonna do is Paradox Backlashes usually start as that. Works like burn. Feel like an invisible squeeze rather than an incendiary burn. You are going to be bruised from basically head to toe by this. In fact, this effect is going to hit you so hard that until the paradox effect wears off, you are going to be so covered in bruises, you barely have a patch of... You look like a calico cat. You're going to have a +1 difficulty on all social rolls with anybody, as you look like a piece of tenderized steak. Also, moving is going to hurt until this goes away.
All right.
But you have like stripes of purple and green along your face, and you're going to hit and just like bounce and hit the ground. It's going to strafe up through the floor, and she is going to collapse right on top of Chastity. Pardon me. Different character, different game. On top of Chastity, Amelia is going to go limp. Darcie, what do you do?
Okay, fine. I guess the spirit's gone, and I have 3 people that are just fucking there. I guess I can't. I would like to try and heal them all at once, but I guess I'm just gonna try and go through the pile and heal people that are down. So I guess I'll start with who's on top and work my way down the pile.
I mean, the closest one to you is Amelia, and that is a very vicious wound.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, she's probably gonna go try and heal
Okay,
Amelia.
so this is the second time I've seen. This is going to be uncanny, so I'm going to give you a point of paradox and towards your straights, and I want you to make me the same roll. This is going to be at a difficulty of 5.
Okay. Nice. That's 3 successes again. That's gonna be 6 points of bashing for her.
6 point. Okay, so 6 points of bashing or lethal damage. Or is it half on lethal? I can never remember. It's 2 points of it's 2 points of bashing or lethal. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So laying your hands and herbs, you're going to Chastity, as Amelia falls forward onto you, Darcie pulls her off and begins chanting and waving magic herbs around, and you are going to look down and see this bloody gash zigzagging up the back of her head where her skull cracked that is slowly going to start knitting together.
Point of medicine to see if I understand what's happening?
She's being
how
healed.
bad this is? Yes.
Oh,
but...
it's like, it could have been awful, but it looks like it'll be okay now.
Okay. Cool.
She is still going to be unconscious from just the brain trauma, but she is fine.
Turn and look at Josephine. What the fuck did you think you were doing? Excuse me?
I think Josephine's unconscious.
Make me a stamina roll to see if you're unconscious. Or you can just lean in and just be like, you know what, I'm taking the nap now.
Good. I'm good. That took a lot more out of me than I expected. I got a success.
Okay, so
I'm
you're like
woozy.
half. You're like, what? Who did the what?
I hit the spirit. Hit spirit. Ooh, hit the ghost. Ghosts go boom.
Which way does it look like the spirit went off? Because Jassie's gonna exit the room.
Up, and if it might be headed toward where Evelyn is going.
Then I'm gonna head off in that direction to see if I can.
So you
Yeah.
can rush up the stairs. The carpet is no longer trying to strangle, and you can rush up the stairs, making your way to where Evelyn is right now, throwing open the doors to a library. It's quite a large library with a good 300 books among the shelves. Evelyn, you are in the room first. The room is dark, but I'm going to say that you grabbed one of the 2 lanterns on your way up and are holding it in front of you, casting light across the room. It is a lovely library with a number of bits of memorabilia, reading chairs, and a comfy fireplace in front of you that has long since been snuffed out for almost a decade now. The shelves are directly in front of you, and what do you do?
I guess I'll start looking to see if there's anything I can find to, I guess, try and figure out what the spirit is
Sure.
and why they're unhappy and
Okay.
what,
So
how we might be able to solve that.
make me a wits.
Basically, the goal is to get rid of the spirit.
Make me a wits and perception or investigation roll. Alternatively, you could make me a wits and occult roll to try to figure out how to deal with ghosts from what you've read.
Okay. Well, I don't have a cult, so I'm not going to go with that.
Okay.
So I think you said perception and investigation.
Perception and investigation if you're looking around for something in this room.
Okay. Well, let's try that, I guess.
Sounds good. So give me that roll. You're rushing into the room and looking and checking the shelves. Chastity, you are right on her heels, rushing in the room, and you can hear the sound of a groaning scream headed your way. As you look back, you'll see along the banister as ghostly fire begins bamfing between rooms and banister railings.
Okay, listen up here, ghost. Let's have a nice, civil talk.
You're gonna
Can I,
try.
like,
Do it.
intimidate or something? Or, like, charisma this?
You may try.
I would like to attempt this.
You can make me a charisma plus...
And I have a bold specialty for charisma.
Okay. You
Yeah.
are bold. So
I'm
you
bold.
can give me a charisma plus empathy,
I have-
leadership. What do you got?
I have intimidation, empathy, and expression are the
Sure.
ones that look like. So, intimidation
How-
best, empathy second best.
Choose how you want to do this.
I think she's mad, but she also wants to be like connect. Like, if you're going the jilted, angry, murdered lover route, this is not the way to do it. None of us were responsible for that.
So that's not going to be intimidation as much as it's going to be probably... What were the other ones you had? You had expression and...
Empathy.
I'll say
Empathy,
that's,
I've got 2 dots.
I'll say that's empathy. So that's going to be charisma
Okay.
and empathy.
I'm spending a willpower. Okay. And if with bold, that means I can...
Tens
with the
work.
specialization. Okay.
And you're at -1 because of wound penalties.
Yes. I
everybody
noted
don't
that and
forget-
I reduced that.
The numbers on your wound tracker, you subtract them any dice from your pool when you roll, except for magic.
Yeah. Thankfully, most of my rolls have been magic, or I've
Yeah,
been
right.
failing rolls. So, I wouldn't have made too much of a difference, I don't think. All right, what have I got here? What's my difficulty?
Difficulty of this is going to be... Ooh,
Seriously?
Probably decently high. What'd you get?
So, I have a 7, 2
Okay.
6s,
Okay.
and 2 1s. And I spent a willpower.
Oh, you did spend a willpower. On top of that?
I did. Yes.
Okay. So that means that no matter what, you couldn't botch.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are just going to flat fail because it was going to be a heightened difficulty of at least 7.
Yeah.
So as you are calling this, she is just too worked up. And
Yeah.
Evelyn, what'd you get on your roll?
What was the difficulty?
Difficulty to look around this library is actually fairly well maintained. You're in a hurry. I'm going to say it's difficulty 8.
Okay.
To find a specific book in a few seconds in a library.
3.
3. God damn. rushing around the
I know
room,
libraries. Okay?
you will see directly across from the door. Now, this room is not terribly wide. It's only about 12 to 15 feet wide, and then, deep, I guess I should say. And it's quite wide, like a rectangle that you're stepping into, right? On the long side. Directly across from the door, you are going to see a very stylized copy with a red leather binding directly in front of you in the dimness. An A imprinted on it like a cameo.
All right. I will pull that out then.
Okay. As you do, a letter is going to fall from between the pages.
I'll pick it up.
All right.
And examine.
Okay. As you are examining it, there is going to be a sudden surge of energy around you. And can you make me a Dex and Athletics roll?
Shite.
You probably can, actually.
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty 6.
3.
3. Okay. So
It's funny for how little dice I have for this.
a ghostly shape is going to rush down from the ceiling and grasp at your throat, and you're going to duck out of the way, and as you do, the letter is going to be in your hand. Chastity, this thing surges down. She is pockmarked, dissolving. You're starting to see the shape of what could have been a plump and pretty girl in her late teens or early 20s. Full-faced and full of body, but torn and bloody. Her neck is bent to one side, and she, as much as a ghost could ever be, is quite badly damaged. Like, to say that she is near eternal death after what Josephine does, you actually see a place in the side of her head that is like leaking rotting grubs out of it from where Josephine cracked her. What do you do? Think about that.
We all just calm down. You don't have to go on a murder spree.
Okay, so are you trying to do empathy again?
Yes.
Or are you
exact
trying...
same?
Okay, so okay.
I was gonna try it again.
Sure,
Unless,
that sounds good.
what was your suggestion?
If you wanted to try any mind magic or something.
Would mind magic actually help here?
It might not. You could empathically project an emotion.
I would like to empathically project via lecturing on the virtues of not killing people.
Okay.
So if that sounds good.
That sounds like a thing. You'll need a lot of successes for this.
I'm gonna try it. She's mad.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this is going to be it's gonna be elegant, and it's going to be of difficulty, because she's gonna resist you. That's gonna be a difficulty of 7.
Difficulty 7, and so I've got mind 2.
Yeah, so you got mind 2. So this is basically an empathic projection. Because you can see her and affect her with this big spirit effect, I'll say that you can target her with this.
Okay.
Because it's basically going to be like an area effect. You're just going to kind of drop this on the room, and everybody in this room's going to chill the hell out.
Yes. No murder here! Let us be, I don't know, siblings or something, and be good to your fellow human.
Okay.
But much more eloquent than that.
One sec though, Amy, before you roll.
Yeah.
One sec. I gotta check something.
Oh yeah, do my damage penalties hit my magic as well?
They do not. They can give you distraction.
Okay.
But there's just something I want to check very quickly.
Okay.
That is... There it is. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Tell me what your dice are.
Does using willpower help here?
Willpower is always helpful.
I will use willpower. That's my last willpower. I'm gonna have to figure out how to regain some of this.
So that means you default to your nature, by the way, if you run out of willpower.
Oh, my nature is guardian.
Okay. So that's fitting.
Yeah. All right. Let me roll some dice. 5, 6, and a 7.
Okay. That is going to be a fail.
Yeah, I figured it would be.
Okay, you are going to try to calm that down. I feel very frustrated, but we're going to cut downstairs to Josephine and Darcie. What are you two doing? Josephine, you are very badly injured.
Just ghosts.
I was gonna say if Darcy's not hearing like bad, like super bad ruckus from upstairs, she's probably gonna continue healing
Sounds
other
good.
people.
You are going to hear a whole ton of yelling upstairs. Like, we're not killing people. This is a no killing zone. What do you do?
I mean, she's pretty curious. She might she might wait on healing Josephine if she's just mumbling and not like obviously bleeding out. She might go run upstairs. Just
Sounds-
I'm
see
like
what's
turning
happening.
colors because bruising is appearing.
So she'll probably run upstairs because she's curious about what's
fair.
going on up there.
Oh, actually, Jen, do me a favor. So in M20, you actually can soak bashing damage from magic.
Oh,
So from Paradox. So
Okay.
you may roll me your stamina, and we'll reduce what I succeeded on.
well, that's a 2 and 2 force.
Okay. Well,
So we tried.
we tried, and that's important. Now I'm guessing that this means that you might be able to heal it with magic in M20 as well, because that was always something that was a little iffy before. Like, can you heal, magically inflicted penalty damage with magic?
Yeah. And it always seemed like not as much of a punishment that Paradox was supposed to be.
Yeah, if you could just heal it. So I think that's what we're. I think that's what we're going to. What we're probably going to go with for now. So we'll just leave this as this. So what are you going to do, Darcie? You're going to run upstairs.
I'm gonna run upstairs.
Okay. And Josephine, what are you doing?
I think right now I'm trying to just gain my wits and
Okay.
stand up and move
Ted-
very slowly towards
Teddy
the
is
yelling.
going to rush up to you. Oh, God, you look like hell.
Feel
Don't
like
worry.
hell.
Is there anything I can do? Pick me up? Pick you up?
There's yelling. I'm going to the yelling.
Not without me, you're not. Hold on. And he's going to swoop down and pick you up.
Okay. She'll probably yelp because of all the bruising.
Sorry. I didn't touch anything I wasn't supposed to.
No, it's fine. I hurt. I hurt a lot.
You took a hell of a hit. Impressive.
Thanks.
No problem. Hold on. And he's going to start, rushing across the floor, trying not to slip on any of the crystal that's fallen.
That ghost packs a hell of a punch. Oof.
You're telling me. And Darcie, you're going to rush upstairs just in time to see the ghost surge down and try to grab Evelyn, and for Chastity to try to set off a magical effect. You will see energy will flare of a sphere that you do not recognize, and will fail to take hold as it fizzles, as if it is having difficulty doing so. So, in this order, I'm going to ask Evelyn, what are you doing?
So it's trying to strangle me.
It is trying and failing. An old letter that was pressed between the pages of the Scarlet Letter book is now in your right hand.
I'm trying to decide between showing the letter and seeing if that does anything, or entropy field.
Okay, you may do either. What would you prefer?
I think I'll do entropy field and soak damage, just in case it gets better at it.
That sounds good. Okay, so this is going to be this is your rote, and it's going to be uncanny. I'm going to actually, is yours is the damage absorbing one, right?
Yes, so it's the magnetic resonance field. So I'm just going to, I think, this is just something I have attached to my belt, maybe, or a chatelaine.
So this absorbs health levels, right? Or is it?
You can put successes into soak. So you put it into power. It looks like 2 successes to soak lethal, 3 to soak aggravated.
So this type of magic, this will probably be uncanny. This one,
Mm-hmm.
because it is a pretty potent effect. So if you're cool with that, go ahead. Let's do this at a difficulty of 4. And what are the spheres? It is...
Entropy 3.
Okay, so that's going to be difficulty of 7. Unless you spend any quintessence or use additional foci instruments.
I don't have any, so...
Okay, so you're at difficulty 7 for this.
Okay, let's see what I can manage.
You can spend willpower. Oh. It's too late.
2 successes.
Okay, so you are going to get a shield up. It is going to last... Are you doing it just for 1 round, or are you doing it for the remainder of the situation?
I think just for the round, because I think I would have heard people charging up, so...
All right, sounds
if
good.
I hopefully soak whatever happens next, so it'll all go into soaking, I guess, lethal.
Okay, that sounds great. So I am going to try to hurt you good. You can make me a dex and athletics roll to try to get out of the way.
Okay.
I suggest this. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
What's the difficulty?
Difficulty of 6.
4.
4, okay. She is going to lash out at you, trying to gouge your eyes out. As her fingers elongate, she is going to strike you, and I need you to do me a favor and roll me... how many successes? You got 2 successes on lethal soak, and was that 1 point of lethal soak or 2 points of lethal soak per success?
I think... Okay, so you've got it written as power into 2 successes to soak lethal.
Okay, so...
So I'm guessing I have to then roll my stamina, and instead of soaking bashing, I'll soak lethal.
So...
I'm not sure.
Yes, so this allows you to soak lethal damage with your stamina. By 4.
So which would be better than if I'm only taking bashing or something like that.
Yep, and if... Oh, that's right, because you could also spend successes into additional soak dice of that type.
Oh, okay.
If you wanted to. So, but we'll talk about that in a bit.
Oh,
so,
that's what that last bit. Okay, that's way down
so
the bottom.
it means that
so
you could add extra soak dice up to a huge amount, because this is just a fate shield. It's catastrophic at a certain level, but it's really useful.
Do 10s explode on this one?
They do not, because your stamina, you don't have especially in stamina.
Okay, 2 successes then.
2 successes, okay. She is going to gouge at you, and you are going to get away very luckily with only 2 points of bashing damage as she strikes you in the side of the face. It's going to bruise you quite a bit, so you'll take 2 points of bashing damage and will be knocked to the side, but that would have been 4 lethal to the eyes.
Okay.
She is going to knock you to the side, and yes.
Sorry, just a quick question. So for the health boxes, you just do the slash for bashing. Yes. Do you just slash down that number of boxes and then you start going back up with lethal?
So so the way that works is you have, I believe, 7 health boxes. The first one, you take bashing, you put slashes down. If you take a lethal, you fill in, basically the densest damage is at the top, and that pushes damage down. So if you have 3 points of bashing damage, you have slash, slash, slash. If you take a point of lethal damage, you then have X slash, slash, slash. Because the most grievous injury is the easiest one to heal.
Okay, so it's at the top, and then you just keep pushing all that stuff down.
Yeah, and if it compresses, if you run out of spaces to apply bashing damage, it becomes lethal and then aggravated.
Okay.
So it rolls over basically. It makes sense once you play it a couple times. But so you're gonna take 2 points of bashing. Do you have any damage on you right now besides that?
I had 1 point of bashing.
Okay, so you have 3 points of bashing damage, which is going to be like you want a day's rest to heal this off or some magic.
Yeah, because I cracked my head in the carriage was what it was.
She's going to knock you to the side. A little bit of blood is going to dribble down the side of your head from where she crashed into you. Chastity, you are seeing this. What do you do? This ghost is a right bitch.
She's not listening, and I'm still wanted. Oh man.
You have a lot of prime energy.
I do have a lot of prime. I would like to... Okay, I still have my riding crop. It's just shoved in, like, it's hanging off of her belt. She'd like to grab that. She would like to imbue that and smack this ghost with an imbued riding crop.
So, what we will do is we'll do the imbue and the attack as one action.
Okay, so she'll pull up her
spend a point
thing.
of quintessence.
Yeah.
And make me. This is going to be an uncanny effect.
Okay. So that's a point of paradox.
Point of paradox that I have marked down on your sheet. This is going to be at a difficulty of 3 for you.
Difficulty of 3. Okay.
Yep. For reasons.
Okay. That's 3 successes then.
Fantastic. Now, are you doing this? So I have to ask you the question. Are you using the riding crop as a means of transference of energy, or are you using it as you're imbuing it and then striking with it? Because the first one is a much more damaging effect, but it only lasts the 1 hit.
I think she probably wants to just hit it once with as much as she can.
Okay, then that will do that. I need you to just do me a favor to make sure you hit. Make me a dex and melee roll.
Dex and...
And while this is happening, she
I have
rushes...
no melee.
Okay. You can always spend a willpower.
I am out of willpower.
Oh, that's a good point. You can make me a dexterity...
I have dexterity. I have... Oh, wait. And I have to reduce the dice. I have a single dice.
I will allow
It's a 10!
Okay.
Fuck this bitch!
Okay. So she is not dodging because she doesn't see this coming, and it's because she's focused on killing Evelyn and the letter. So rushing forward, you are going to strike, delivering the edge of the riding crop to the side of her gashed head.
I think she's probably yelling something along the lines of "The power of Christ compels you to get the fuck out."
And Darcie, as you rush into the room, what are you doing as you see this? Just kind of absorbing the situation?
Absorbing the situation, then she's gonna be like, that looks like a good idea, and she's gonna whip out her dagger, and I would like to infuse that with prime, and stab a bitch. Okay,
well, give me 1 sec, because this is going to be, so Amy, that was 6 levels of aggravated damage you just dealt to this creature. So as you're gonna pull out your dagger and prepare for this, start prepping the magic. But you're going to see in a second that there's probably no need for that, as there is a like the edge of this riding crop glows red hot and golden in your sight as you watch this magic pour into it. And as you do, I want you to do me a favor and make me a perception plus awareness roll. You may do it at difficulty of 8. Evelyn, you may do it at difficulty 10.
Sorry, what was the roll?
It's perception plus awareness. And
3 successes.
Okay, you are going to feel a really dark, horribly angry energy flood the room, and it is going to just expand out in a wave as this ghost shrieks and explodes into hundreds of living flies that begin to fill the room. Hundreds of buzzing flies will fill the room, and the shockwave is going to be enough that the window next to the bookshelf near you is going to explode outward, and the flies are going to quickly swarm out of the window if nobody does anything. They do not appear to be connected to the ghost. They're not glowing or anything, but the ghost is going to explode, turning into those flies, and there's going to be gooping ectoplasm plastered across the wall and floor, this kind of greenish black substance. Darcie, what would you like to do? You hear running up the stairs at this point.
Oh, I'm not in the room yet?
You are just you're at the entrance.
Okay,
what do you do?
just
Evelyn...
stare in wonder of what the fuck just happened? Is Evelyn looks upset? Does she look like...
Evelyn looks kind of like banged up.
Okay, then she'll go to her. She'll go to her and heal.
So, Evelyn, what are you doing?
Kind of looking a little wide-eyed, and we'll just look down at and open the letter in my hands, I guess.
Okay. As you look down, you are going to see that it is a letter that is stamped with what looks like a local hack doctor's letterhead. Dear Sir, I am writing you to inform you that one, Nina. Probably won't sec while I just check my notes for something real quick. Boop, boop. Oh, come on, I had the name written right here. Oh, there it is. I'm writing to inform you that one Nina Leby is in fact with child. I'm requesting that given her work as a scullery maid at your estate, she be allowed light duty as her pregnancy advances beyond the halfway mark. Presently, I believe that she is set to give birth, and it lists a date and month, in the spring about 10 years ago. Should you require any further discussion, please do not hesitate to contact me. John Masters, MD. On the back of the letter, you will see that there is additional writing. It's scrawled in a very rough pen. And it says, Harvey. This will take you a minute to actually read because the handwriting is very bad and the spelling is atrocious. Harvey. As the doctor says, I am with child. I want what you promised me so that we can all be a happy family. And I will be lady of this house soon. Love, L-U-V, Nina.
Oh.
There will be stomping outside of the door, and Josephine will be brought into the room, carried by Teddy. Oh, those stairs are a killer. Here you go. Are you okay? I'll help you.
Yeah.
Darcie, if you're trying to heal Evelyn, I want you to go ahead and make me an Arate roll, a difficulty of 5. Oh, pardon me, difficulty of 6 because you have 2 effects up.
I will. I meant to say I'm gonna drop the strength one.
Okay.
It hasn't been. Yeah. It just.
Sounds good.
Just be 2 successes. 2 successes. So 4 points of bashing.
Okay, so Evelyn is going to be completely healed.
Oh, nice.
And you are all in the room together. The flies are going to mostly dissipate.
So?
What the hell happened?
Oh, well, I smacked a ghost with... Then she's got a riding crop still in her hand, and she'll just, like... It exploded, and she'll just hang it off of her belt again. Like,
Oh, are you into riding, are you?
Well,
Yeah, she is. She's a real excellent rider.
Yep. Sure.
so
Especially stallions.
your uncle, I think, had an affair? And either she killed him, or possibly your aunt did if she found out about this. And she'll hand over the letter. Read both sides.
He'll flip it around and will wander back and forth, pacing as he reads it. Wow. That's...
So either your uncle refused and
She's in
she
the...
pushed him, but then she's also dead, so she either died in childbirth or your aunt maybe got rid of both of them.
She was yelling murderer, remember?
Yeah.
And
Mayhem.
the banister up there is
Um,
broken.
And
Teddy,
the
like,
wh-
it goes to
the
lean against the
whale.
banister right when you say that. Like,
Yeah.
dumped her body down the whale.
so she fell.
She was probably pushed here. And then whatever happened to your uncle was either your aunt or a bad accident or a ghost.
But then wouldn't she have gone to rest if she managed to kill him off? He's the one who did it.
Yeah, if he did, unless maybe they both did it.
Or
I think
your
ghost logic
aunt
is weird.
killed them both?
Or that.
Or he killed
She's,
her,
She seemed to
and your
think
aunt
that
pushed him down the stairs in revenge.
she seemed to think that he was going to put your aunt aside for her.
well, they hadn't had children. She was pushing well into her 30s at this point.
That
Maybe
does sound
your
like more
uncle
reason.
maybe your uncle tried to get your aunt to accept this as his heir.
Well, that
I've read
explains why-
about that in some novels.
That explains why the house never went up on the market, and why she left so quickly.
Yeah.
Is this... Let's see if he actually knows what this is. Anybody who wants to can make me an intelligence and occult roll.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nope. I have
Nope.
no occult.
No occult.
I took enigmas and esoterica.
I took esoterica.
I have esoterica, enigmas, cosmology, occult. What do you want?
I also have a little bit of cosmology.
One success.
Yeah.
One for me too.
Okay. He's waving the letter around as he's talking. It's like, all right, so what do we do now? And as he's saying that, you realize that this letter and her body are probably what are known as fetters. Anchors that hold ghosts the material realm. And both of you have a thought. There are a couple of ways to deal with this. One is probably you can pull her out of the well if her body is there and give her a proper burial, whatever that means in the culture that she's from. Or you could destroy both fetters. Until the fetters are destroyed, there is a chance that she could reincorporate sometime in the distant future. Although her incorporeal form is basically, you guys wrecked it, nice and solid. But as long as these items are around, there's a chance she could return.
Burn the letter.
And
Chastity, can you do me a favor real quick?
yes,
Can you make me... What's your wit score?
my wits is 3.
You immediately have a second thought pop into your head. As she says burn the letter, you have an immediate thought that whispers in the back of your ear that says, what's the aunt's address? If she recorporates with the letter, the other way to put her at rest would be vengeance.
Yeah.
So that's a thought that pops into your head specifically. But burn the letter.
Maybe we should hold on to the letter for a moment, but we should dig up the remains from the well, if that's where they ended up. Here, can I... And she'll reach out for the letter.
He'll hand it over to you. He trusts you implicitly.
Perfect. Yeah.
I mean, supposedly, you said there's grave moss next to the well?
Yes.
So maybe she was buried next to it, because would you really foul
well
your
was-
own well?
Quite deep, and if they were planning to move anyway...
Or if
I don't
the
think they'd
aunt
care.
was planning to move.
That's
and-
true.
A hurry escape, it doesn't really
No
matter
wonder
if
it
you're not
wasn't
coming
never
back.
released.
And there was something when I went to the node. I did feel something off about it.
Okay.
So I think...
Okay, well, let's try to get her out.
Yeah.
What in the hell Pardon me. What in the hell's going on down here? You'll hear echo from the main from the great hall beneath. Darcie!
Yes?
I've been gone an hour!
We fought a ghost.
And you wrecked this place. Is everyone alright? You hear Vivian's voice. We found apples and changes of clothing in the coach house.
Anything in my size?
Oh yes, I'll need that. And she'll, at this point, remember that she has Teddy's jacket on, and we'll shrug that off and pass that to him.
Sure. I hope you liked it. They will stride up, and you look like
Evelyn's
hell.
just sitting on the floor with like legs. Just kind of...
Dr. Taylor, I'm sorry. This night has been a little more eventful for you than it has for me. Are you all right?
Yeah. Yes. Dabs the blood away.
Darcie, you seem to be particularly adept at patching people up.
Yes.
I could potentially use your services.
Oh yeah. Are you have heard? Of course. I'm sorry, I didn't notice that.
You
Of
look
course.
like hell. Those are strange symbols your bruises are shaped like. And true enough, Josephine's bruises are shaped like vague outlines of arcane symbols. As if she got punched by magic itself. Like glyphs and pentacle shaped, like bruises all down her face and arms.
Yeah, I hit like the bookshelf that there's a lot
Magical
of
books
stuff
there.
to me and the wall.
Looks like you got straightened out, one might say.
What?
The Straits. Call upon magic. Big, loud magic. Sometimes you lose
You-
control of it.
You believe in that fairy tale?
I do. You're lucky it
Fairy
didn't get
tale?
inside of your brain.
Look at your face. I think it's pretty
Yeah.
obvious.
Ghosts pack a punch.
That was probably a right big punch. So what do we do now?
I'm gonna go back to the study and see if the wine is still blood.
That's right as well. I also found some whiskey in the coach
Oh.
house.
I could go for a whiskey right about now.
Aye. And rum. I could go for the rum myself. You're a sailor, right? If you want,
Yeah.
that could take the edge off. Unless you're a teetotaler.
No, I drink.
I don't think anyone is tonight.
Yeah.
Come, let's warm ourselves up.
Do something bracing.
Absolutely. And with that, you'll head downstairs and spend the rest of the night holed up. In the morning, you are able to pull the remains of a body out of the well. And as you are about to decide what to do with it, you will hear a wrought iron fence open. The gate opens at the front of the estate. And you'll hear the crunching of gravel along the walk on the side of the villa. Approaching in the grayness and fog of the morning, a man rounds the corner. He's wearing a long, dark-colored coat, as well as a bowler hat. He is deeply brown, an Indian for sure. You think maybe Nepalese, although at this day and age it all kind of blends together in the Empire's reach. He looks around the corner, and where Mai and Vivian originally reacted with trepidation at the sound, reaching toward various devices or tools. They relax slightly.
Evelyn will have tried to tuck taller people between her and where the sound was coming from.
Hello. Sorry for interrupting, he says. His voice is accented both British and with a touch of Indian as well, just that Indian melodic quality to it. But it's a fairly pleasant tenor. He appears to be around 40, and as you look at him, you see he has a very well-groomed mustache, and along the edges of his face, many, many scars, as well as a few places on his throat where you're sure this man has been shot on the throat before and survived. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was hoping to have a word. I know you, and I know you. And they will nod. My name, for those of you who I'm meeting for the first time, I would like to say welcome to London. My name is Havildar Dineshmani. I come bearing gifts and words from the Chakravanti. Those of you with any military background may know that Havildar is a rough equivalent of sergeant in the Gurkha military. You would not happen to be Darcie Harkness, Chastity Goodwin, Evelyn Taylor, and Josephine Carrington? Would any of you?
What if we are?
Who's that? Why? Why would you ask that?
There's been a murder. And your names were left on the scene in a most grisly fashion.
What?
After breakfast, he gestures down to a large square leather satchel that he's carrying in his offhand. I suggest you come with me, and we investigate this together. In the meanwhile, he'll tap the side of the bag. I brought breakfast, although you may not wish to have it with you when we reach the crime scene. And I think that is where we're going to call game for the night.
Whew.
Yes,
Oh, damn.
so having the Chakravanti show up and invite you to breakfast and bring you curry is pretty great, I think.
How do you spell his name?
His name is Dinesh Mani.
Yeah.
So exactly like you think it is spelled. Dinesh, and his last name is Mani. And then the sergeant is Havildar. Or
Okay.
Havildar. Yeah, I was really like, should I try to do a British Indian accent? I was trying for like 2 days, and I'm like, I can't do this and give it the dignity that the culture deserves. So I'm just gonna like a very light inflection at all. His voice is much thicker with it. It's that weird combination of British and Indian together, where it's like two cultures kind of at war in the mouth, almost.
Yeah.
Very melodic, but it does, like, this is the era we're in. So, folks, that is going to be it for us tonight. I really appreciate you joining us tonight. And Jen, that was a look. What was the look for?
It's just woo.
Woo! So you all managed to sleep. So all of you are going to get 1 point of willpower back.
Woo!
Yay.
Also, Amy, you're going to get another point for Guardian.
Okay. And someone redeemed a point in chat for me.
Okay, so gain another point of willpower back.
Okay. So that's 3 back total.
And then, did anybody go after their nature tonight in a way they wanna argue for?
No.
I think so.
You don't think so?
I don't have any willpower spent, so
Okay.
I need Quint again.
That's fair. So Josephine, do you want to say anything for your nature?
It's Survivor. I don't think I did that.
I'll give it to you. You survived
Yep.
fighting a ghost and almost dying from paradox. I'll give you one.
Sure.
And Darcie, what's your nature? Remind me.
Mine is activist, which is like trying to uncover conspiracy and defeating it. I don't really think so.
Let's take a look at that for the next game and see if that's exactly the one that we want to go with.
Okay,
For
sounds
her,
good.
because it hasn't come up really before. And
Yeah, if
I wanna
anything, I could have spent willpower last game and regained it with my nature of rogue.
Yeah. So we will talk about that in a little bit. In the meanwhile, I would like all of you to gain 4 points of experience, because I'm going to give you a slightly elevated curve because I like to, and because buying stuff is really expensive. So quick thing. So you are brand new to the system, Robin. So if you would like to buy a new skill, it costs 3 XP if you have no dots in it. Other than that, it costs 2 times the rating you are purchasing.
Okay.
If you want to buy an attribute, it is, I believe, 4 times the rating. Might be 5.
Yeah.
I will say, I think the book says like current rating, which means the one you're going to.
Yes. So the CR versus new rating thing is one that's hounded the World of Darkness for aeons now. So it is toward the more expensive cost.
Yeah.
Possible. So with that, I want to thank you all for playing. Did you have fun tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
It was a good way to kind of get to know the characters a bit
Yeah.
and how they
Yeah.
react to stuff.
and
I have
you-
learned a lot about Chastity today.
Yeah, I learned a lot about Darcie. I didn't think some things about her. Apparently, yeah.
Josephine is a little bit mad, and I love it.
Yep.
It's great.
So
It's so fun. It's
So-
just great.
final paradox totals. I have everybody at 1 except for Darcie, who is at 4.
Yep, that's what I have.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm at 2
Oh, you're at 2. Okay.
because I had one from last time. And then one
I don't
from this
know
time.
if me healing Evelyn also gave me another point of paradox or not.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's give that to 5.
Okay, great.
Now,
Okay.
is Chastity able to get healing before the next game? Because she
yeah,
had
that's
3
what I was
bashing
wondering.
total.
Yeah, I was trying to sneak that in.
I'll say that anybody who has bashing damage can be healed to full. And Jen, we'll figure your thing out, because I need to check what the healing chart is for that much bashing.
Yeah, fair.
I'm
I'm
gonna,
a designated cleric.
I mean, that's the verbena.
Oh yeah.
Part of
So-
me thinks that I should at some point get at least 1 dot of life, but that's for future
So
Chastity to
I had
worry
a
about.
question. This was again me trying to figure out spheres and mage as a newbie. Would there have been a way when she was possessed that I could have tried to, or like with life and prime, trying to curse a ghost, or I'd have to just spear to try and curse a ghost?
Usually you would need spirit. You could blast her with prime.
yeah,
And
I
things
figured.
like
But
that.
I was
But
wondering about like
usually,
trying to.
usually you're a little bit hamstrung when it comes to trying to deal with things magically you don't have spheres for,
Yeah.
which is
I
why
was trying to consider if potentially like my disintegrate wrote with like entropy could have been connected to that 1 dot of spirit to hit the ghost.
actually with entropy and spirit, you might have been able to, yeah, because entropy is particularly good against ghosts.
Yeah. It's why I added spirit to my prime to do that, because I was like, want to actually hit the ghost.
Now they
Yeah.
did remove in M20. You don't need entropy to go after ghosts anymore. So I looked that up today and was very excited, which is why having you join into things was pretty good on
Yeah.
that. So I'm just checking. So healing damage, recovery time. Here we go. The healing damage chart. For example, you take 3 levels. Give me the healing damage chart. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Healing.
Also, the chat's commentary tonight was just on
Was it really
point.
good?
Oh, it's been so
so
funny.
good.
I've had a hard time not just bursting out laughing, just reading the chat.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was. Sorry, chat, but somebody just being like, Josephine almost committed a murder-suicide. I'm like, yep.
I
Almost
really
happened.
liked the one where it was that somebody mentioned that Teddy is partial to biblical knowledge.
Yeah, so
Ooh.
good.
I may have commented privately to our little chat on Zoom that Chastity's been teaching him things.
Okay, so Jen, so
Yeah.
you would have had about it was about 2 a.m. This is coming in the morning, so I'm going to say that you had about 8 to 10 hours to heal. So you were at. We'll say that you were at crippled instead of incapacitated, just to be nice to you.
Sure. Yeah.
So you are going to heal your crippled level and your mauled level, as well as one of your other levels. So you should have 3 points of bashing on you now.
Awesome.
And every hour of bed rest will heal an additional point of damage.
Cool. And then my bruises just stick around until you tell me they're gone?
They stick around until you are completely healed.
Okay.
And even then, you're going to be kind of sensitive to the touch, and anything that is too vigorously physical is going to give you some extra penalties. Because you're going to be kind of a sore baby for probably another day or two.
Oh, that's great. That's
You're just like,
not going to slow me down.
I just love that you're like, ow, my body. So, thank you so much for tuning in. We will be back. So we're going to take a brief break while you wonder what the hell this murder thing is. And our next game is going to be, I believe, on the 28th.
Gotta leave them on a cliffhanger.
Gotta leave them on a cliffhanger. And then we'll be back to just like doing it every week. But we're away for a couple weeks, and then we have Extra Life. So our next game is going to be on Saturday, August 28th, and then we will continue weekly. We hope to see you there. Thank you so much. And if you like this game, be sure to follow. Be sure to leave us comments. Be sure to join our Discord and help enjoy it together. And if you didn't enjoy it, then I'm sorry. But
why are you here?
Sorry, not. Yeah, why are you here? Go away. Go away, kid. You bother me. But hey, thanks so much. Stay magical out there, and we will see you in the next episode. Good night, everybody.